requirements by Governor Baker. And I call this meeting of the Wellfleet Select Board to order. The first item on the agenda is announcements, open session, and public comments. Please note that public comments must be brief and the board will not deliberate or vote on any matter raised solely during announcements and public comments. Do we have anything from, for some reason my participant bar is not coming up. Okay.
Chief Hurley has his hand up and then Helen Miranda Wilson has her hand up.
I got it up now. Go ahead, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This evening, our department just wants to pass along our condolences to the passing of Bruce Murphy, who has family in town, the brother of Richard Murphy, and the wife of Karen over at the Town Hall tax collector. So he was a special back with us in the 70s, and we just want to pass on our condolences and thank him for his service to the town.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Go ahead, Helen. You're muted, Helen.
Helen, you're muted.
All right. May he rest in peace. I went to grade school with him. On February 15th at 7 o'clock, the Bike and Walkways Committee is going to hold a Wellfleet Forum about where they are at this point. And it's very exciting what they're doing. They've kind of re-energized themselves, and I went to their last meeting. And they sent out a document. I'm announcing this because it's available. They sent out a document to the Select Board and probably to Maria also. And just heads up about that. February 15th at 7 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay. Helen, I have a question for you. Do we do this? I'm not sure if we do this under Select Board reports or under announcements. I can't remember where it's supposed to be, but we were at the Shellfish Advisory Board meeting. There was a quorum of the Select Board at that meeting. And maybe Helen can make sure I'm doing this in the right space on the agenda. Should this be under Select Board reports?
That's where I would put it, and okay. Are mentioning it and also paying. The thing to say right now, in case people don't last to the end of the meeting, right? The people, the public, is we were all there. We didn't plan on it. We didn't know that we were all going to be there. And Mike was on the agenda, but I hadn't seen the agenda before I went. I usually go to Shellfish meetings. But the point is, there's an audio recording of it. So we were not only in open meeting, we were really availably in open meeting. And I think that their minutes will cover us because we didn't post it and because it was inadvertent. Our mentioning it, I'm not looking, remember, I got something wrong about the conflict of interest law a few meetings ago. So I'm not looking at the exact words, but in the spirit of the open meeting law, it was unplanned. It was not inappropriate. It was our advisory committee. And everything we did was fully in public and documented word for word in audio recording. And I look forward to a report from you, Mike, in our later agenda items. Thank you.
Sure. Yep. Okay. That's all. I just wanted to bring that up because I know we're supposed to do that when there's incidental quorum at a public meeting like that. So on to, if there's nothing else, on to licenses. COVID-19 updates and recommendations. Sorry, Hillary. Go ahead, Hillary.
That's okay. I'm sure you have all heard enough of me at this point. I think we've sent 3 messages in what feels like 3 days, so I'm sorry for that. What we're trying to do is get the most important information out to you as soon as we become aware of it, and I'm hoping it's useful. I haven't heard otherwise. So What happened was we got word that we were going to open our regional clinic in Eastham on Friday. And so we put out word 24 hours in advance of the registration, hoping that folks from the Outer Cape would be able to jump on and register before other folks on Cape Cod. Again, I'm not sure it was useful because those slots filled up in less than a half an hour. And at this point, I'm not sure how many of those vaccine spaces are going to Wellfleet residents. We will certainly know more as we begin to see the registration information. So I apologize. I know it's frustrating. We're trying everything on our end to get more vaccine out this way, but unfortunately, we are stuck receiving the 975 doses for the county allotment. We got some mixed messages today about being able to obtain more vaccine, and if and when we are successful, we will start with those that are most elderly and most frail and work our way down to 75. So we're in very close contact with COA staff, police department, fire department to work on obtaining those lists of extremely vulnerable people. We also got word today that Cape Cod Healthcare and Harbor Health have reached out to call some of the extremely elderly folks in the community to schedule them for appointments. So certainly not a perfect system. There are many flaws, and I hope that you can remain patient as we try and get the vaccine out here. Like I said, we're doing the best we can in not a perfect situation and not a perfect world. So we expect to see more vaccine over the coming weeks into the next month. So once we have vaccine, we are ready to roll. Our 2 regional locations have a high throughput and large capacity. So once we can get vaccine from the state, we will be ready to roll. So bear with us for another few weeks. Of course, there are appointments available off Cape if folks want to travel. I've heard good things about the Fenway Park Clinic and Gillette. I know it's far, but there are some other options in Marshfield that seem to be closer than those 2. So again, you can look at maimmunizations.org to find vaccine availability. At this point in time, there won't be anything on the Cape until next week. Once that information is available, if you are on the Barnstable County Department of Health and Environment email chain, you will be notified 24 hours in advance of a clinic. So you could go to barnstablecountyhealth.org and sign up for their email notification. And again, once we get word, we can certainly put out another civic alert if that's useful to folks. So vaccine aside, in the past 2 weeks, going back from today, 2 weeks, we've had 5 cases. So our case counts appear to be coming down, which is also the case in the county and in Massachusetts. So that seems to be a positive in all of this. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions, take criticism, whatever you want.
Okay, Ryan?
So this is a question for you and probably Suzanne, but it's my understanding that Wellfleet is providing some assistance to elderly residents who might have a hard time using a computer for registering.
So we did get an opinion from town council, and that being said, we can help in some capacity. They should reach out to us, at least let us know who they are.
Okay, that's it for me.
Okay, anything else? Justina?
Yeah, when you said that we'd had 5 cases and our case counts going down, which is great. Can you tell us what the total is now? And
I actually don't know off the top of the total since the beginning.
no, not the cumulative, just like, so you're saying we have 5 active right now?
5 active cases, yes, in the past 2 weeks.
Awesome.
5 active cases.
Thank you, Hillary.
Sure.
Helen?
Yeah, I heard 2 things just now. I heard Hillary saying, first of all, that there was some outreach to people, that the COA is mindful of the fact that there might be some older people. And then I heard something else that was interesting, which is after the statement that you contacted town council, fine, good, that the people who might be elderly, who might not, be able to use the computer and keep on top of things, have to contact who? The health department, the police, the COA? Who do they have to reach out to? And how do we get the word out about that? In other words, there's a way to make that kind of connection for them. But the second thing I heard said they have to reach out.
So I believe that the COA is in close contact with folks. They can reach out to any one of us. We all talk every day. So, it doesn't matter who they contact. We will all circle back and discuss it as a team.
Okay. But they have to do that. In other words, you're not going to be thinking it up for them because they might have somebody to help them.
Exactly. So we don't know who these people are unless they reach out to us. It would be good if they could let us know. There's also the 211 feature, but again, I don't have great faith in that at this moment in time. So I would say reach out locally and we will find a way to assist them if we can.
One more thing. So I called up, the number we're given to find out, to ask questions, the Barnstable County Health number. And they did get back to me. It took 4 days, which included a weekend, but they did get back to me. So I'm just putting that out there. I found out what my status was. Thank you.
And the Barnstable County helpline has been bombarded with calls as well. So thousands of calls a day.
No, I didn't call you. Be thankful. Okay, thanks.
Okay, anything from the audience? I'm not seeing anything. Okay, moving on here. Licenses, food truck permit for Harbor, and then we also have a use of town property. I think these are one discussion, really. It's the same applicant. But let's just...
Yeah, that's why I didn't copy it twice for you.
Yeah, let's just take the food truck license permit first. We'll talk about that part first. And I guess I'll just say that, I'm supportive of having, in this time of COVID, having more spaces where people can eat outside, get food outside. And this seems like an opportune location. There's people around the harbor, boaters, everything like that going on down there. And down by the bandstand is one of the areas on the pier that there actually aren't parking spots in a couple of those areas. So I think, I'm in support of this. And then I'll go around to the board here. Helen?
Yeah, so is the applicant here?
Yes.
Right here.
So Tanya's
Hi,
here.
Hi.
I see your little face. Thank you for this excellent application. The only thing that I confess I was too busy to do was to go and check in our food truck regs, which maybe we should have gotten in the packet, but never mind, it's on the web. Are you enough feet away from Max?
Yes, I am. I'm over a quarter of a mile almost from Max.
So you didn't have to ask permission. Otherwise, thank you for this beautiful application with every single document. I don't have to bitch and moan. And to you, Mike, one thing is this will, as you know, probably be 2 separate votes.
Yes.
Licensing board vote and then select board vote for use of town property. Thank
Sure.
you.
Okay, Janet?
Well, that's what I was going to ask too. I'll comment on use of town property.
Okay. Yeah, we can take both right now, I think.
Okay. So Tanya, I just had 2 questions. One is, how long are you going to be there? It says seasonal. Are you planning May to September or Memorial Day to Labor Day or what?
I would actually really like to be there starting around April vacation and staying as late in November as weather permits. I feel like the area down there could use another venue that's open a little bit more on the shoulder months for not just our visitors, but for our local families and workers and walkers and people that are down there all the time. It would be, the weather's been pretty cooperative the last few years, so if I can be there longer, I would really like to do that.
Okay, good to know. And Helen briefly touched on it, but certainly through May and September, there's very little parking during the day because of boaters at the pier. And I'm not sure how we can accommodate that, or how you and your customers may accommodate it. One thing I would request is that if a customer drives up, orders, leaves their car there, and then walks away to go have it somewhere else, that possibly, that there's a limit to their parking. But I don't know. I mean, that's a whole long discussion.
Sure.
And maybe, I don't know if Will Smith's on here. I see Joe Aberdale, and we've both been concerned about the parking.
I can
Parking
actually
it's not your
bit.
fault,
I can speak to that a little bit. So one of the things that I'm going to be doing is online ordering and pay. So the amount of time that someone's going to be there will be reduced because of that. Also, I did take a look at the traffic studies that were done, and I noticed that the most frequent travel patterns and most congestion kind of not clears up, but thins out a little bit just past the harbor master's office. And where I'm at, seems to be a little bit more of a space between where the truck trailer will be and where the parking spots are. So it shouldn't be too much of a problem with congestion down there. I'm not expecting to really create more of a traffic problem down there. I think I'm going to be really touching on the people that are already there and the boaters that are already there parking and people that are already there walking.
Okay. Well, we'll all keep an eye on it,
Sure.
But otherwise, I think it's a great idea. I've always thought I'm surprised. I think there was a food truck one year and not very long. And I hope you do well with it.
Thank you.
Okay, I see, Joe, your hand's up, but I'm going to go to the board first. So, Justina, you're up next.
Yeah, I'm totally in support of this. I'm glad that you are thinking of the stretching it out beyond summer. I think I'd agree with you that working guys are always looking for a lunch on the go. I think they have maps where there's an X everywhere you can buy a sandwich. And as to the parking, I would say the Pearl uses it for parking, Max uses it for parking, and I can't imagine the food truck will be as big a burden as some of our other businesses that don't, Max doesn't have any of his own parking and people drive down to get a burrito. So I think we all know how limited parking is at the marina, but I wouldn't want to discriminate against the food truck, but privilege the other restaurants that don't own any parking and get to use it. So I will be supporting this.
Okay, Ryan, Curly?
A couple things. First is that we need a fee for the use of town property. Our packet doesn't include a dollar amount as to what the fee is.
So Ryan,
Yep.
It's on the application, but it's in a new place. I just was going to ask the same thing. It's in the upper right-hand corner of the application.
The one about the Methodist Church.
No, the food truck application. I don't know if you can see this, and it's up here.
Very first page of the application on the top right-hand corner.
With the address.
Food truck license application. That's not a use of town property fee. I don't think, but I'm not sure. Is it?
I don't, this is all I know. Rebecca or somebody changed things around.
I didn't. What happened was I didn't realize that it needed to go to Jeannie Mac first, and she probably would have done that for me. So she,
Okay.
that if that goes to her next time, she'll do all that for you guys.
So what is the fee?
A fee is $150. The Board of Health fee is $100.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
And
Okay.
the processing fee is $50.
All right. And then just a comment is that the Wellfleet Shellfish Department uses the pier through May 1st on Saturdays from 12 to 2 for the market that we're doing. Otherwise, yeah, I totally support having a food truck down there for as long as you can. So.
As long as I don't freeze, I'll be down there.
Or blow away.
Do you foresee that being an interference of the use of the marina, Ryan? I mean, I think having the food truck there may be just an additional draw.
With the current COVID plan that we have in place, it requires everybody to stay in their cars for the shellfish or for the shellfish. And yeah, it could be like, I don't know. I mean, she could be down there and not be able to. I mean, basically, we have to get people in and out of that section of the pier fairly quickly to move the line along. I don't think that's going to change with COVID anytime soon.
Okay. I don't think that really needs to get into this application, though. I mean,
no, she was just saying from March, April, May.
the application here, what I see says May. Maybe I'm reading the wrong one.
No, you're right there. It's just that she said March.
No, not March, mid-April.
April.
Mid-April. Okay.
So it would be like May 1st, and then that's the last day that the Shellfish Department has applied for use of the town pier.
And what's the time on that again, Ryan?
From 12 to 2 on Saturday.
Up to 2 on Saturdays, so lunchtime.
Yep.
But yeah, and you guys do it down by the bandstand? I thought it was up front more.
Yeah, no, we have to do it down by the bandstand. Otherwise, we get traffic backed up out onto Commercial Street and Kendrick.
Okay.
If it's a conflict, I don't mind not being open for those. It's probably like 2 or 3 Saturdays. That wouldn't be an issue for me.
Yeah. Okay. Helen, you have your hand up?
Yeah, Tanya, again, thank you for this good application, but you are clear, I hope, that you can't leave the truck there overnight on town property?
I wasn't clear on that. I had spoke to the harbor master, and that was something that they were still discussing. I hadn't gotten any final feedback on that. And the building inspector had mentioned something about a permit if I was.
Well, wait a minute. There's, I think, a general bylaw. This came up with a person who had Joey Rugo had a food truck, in the space next to the playground and so forth on Baker Field. And the issue was that he didn't move his truck off town property overnight. And I think it's a general bylaw, but that's when Harry was our town administrator, and unfortunately, you just can't do it. And
Can we make sure we get a copy of the bylaw so we can actually see what that is and send it out?
Helen's right.
yeah, thank you, Janet. Yeah, we both remember, and I'm so looking forward to this. I love food trucks, and thank you very much for being willing to do this,
I'll send the bylaw to everyone tomorrow.
Okay.
including Tanya, please.
Okay. Joe's had his hand up for a while, so I'm going to call on Joe Aberdale.
Good evening.
The audience who would like to speak on this. Go ahead.
Good evening, Joe Aberdale, Chair of the Marine Advisory Committee. Today is the first that we have heard of this application. I am not speaking representing the committee, just myself. I have very strong concerns about this application because of the availability and lack of availability at times of parking spaces for voters. I also served on the parking task force. And if you recall, that final report hit this issue rather hard, especially with the advent of dredging. We anticipate a much greater demand for parking for voters. It seems that more and more the marina and pier are becoming a municipal parking lot for patrons and employees of restaurants, galleries, theater, beach permit office, Mayo Beach. And that was expressed rather strongly in the Parking Task Force report and recommendations. We have 450 boaters and slips and moorings. Granted, they aren't going to be there at the same time. However, we do anticipate a great increase in boating activity with the advent of dredging and people able to come and go in their boats at all different hours of the day and latter day and early evening. So all things considered, I have some concerns.
I can understand that. I would also just note that this would be a place for all those additional voters to have lunch. So Ryan has his hand up. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, so I just pulled up the bylaw, and it does say that if on town property, food trucks shall be removed from the licensed area at the end of each day and are not permitted to remain overnight anywhere on town property.
Okay.
So
Well, it's the bylaw, so that's the bylaw.
Yeah.
The other issue is that this is an actual location where food trucks have gone out to bid in the past, and no one's bid on this space. So it is a space, I believe. And if is Will here, Sullivan?
He is.
He is, and he actually gave me the application, so he had to have okayed it because he gave me the application to give to you.
I'm here. Yep.
Okay. So the history of the space is that it's been put out to bid for a food truck for a while. Is that right?
Yeah, it was put out, I believe, 2 years ago to bid, and no one bid on it at all.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know. This is an existing area that's sort of been approved for food truck use. Okay, Justina?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to have a problem with parking on the marina, whether this applicant is granted to have a food truck or not. She's not going to be creating the parking problem. It is a parking problem. And we're going to have to deal as a town with the parking problem, whether she puts her food truck there or not. So I think I don't want to pick on her for an existing parking problem. This is a jobs creation thing. It's entrepreneurial. It gives guys a sandwich in the off season. And I think people who are there to get a sandwich won't necessarily park all day. And I don't see the big problem between her being allowed to have a food truck and Mac being allowed to have parking for what are tremendously long lines at his operation there. We want to have consistency, I think, of the rules. So again, I support this.
Okay, Denny, you've got your hand up here, and then I'd like to call the question unless there's something that needs to come up.
Okay, I understand where Joe's coming from. I was part of the parking task force also. There are days when that place is completely packed, and Joe has addressed that situation. I'd also point out that the area where Tanya is going sometimes gets pretty uncoordinated with people trying to turn trailers around and all that sort of stuff. So there is perhaps a safety issue there. I understand Tanya's a very good business person and puts out a great product, so it's hard to say negative things.
Okay. Okay. Helen, I'd like to call the question, but if you have something that you need to say, go for it. You're muted.
Suzanne has her hand up.
Okay. Okay, Suzanne, until Helen gets unmuted. Go ahead, Suzanne.
Yes, I just wanted. Sorry.
Okay. Now we are in the twilight.
You want a
I
motion?
apologize for that mess. I just wanted to say that historically, to have a food truck in this location, the first year there was a food truck there, it was too late to go out to bid. So the board, Board of Selectmen approved a food truck for that summer with the proviso that in the future it would go out to bid. So I know there's been a few years without a food truck there, so I would really recommend that the select board decide whether this is a location that will always go out to bid or whether it can just be done with an application such as you're looking at tonight.
I guess I don't know that. I think at this point it hasn't been put out to bid, and in other areas where there isn't a location that's put out to bid, then we've done it by application, right? Like in front of Baker's Fields, that was by application. So
That was by application the first summer, and then after that it went out to bid.
and then it went out to bid. Okay.
Yep.
And then,
Just saying, I'm not speaking one way or the other against this particular application. I'm just looking for some consistency so that when people ask, we have the right information to give them.
okay.
May I say something, Mike, please?
Yes, Helen. I tried to get
When
you.
it's on, and now I'm unmuted, sorry. When it's on a piece of town property, it has to go out to bid. When it's on a private property, we need a whole lot of the same information, but it doesn't have to go out to bid because it's not town property. The other thing I wanted to say before, and forgive me for not unmuting myself, is, hey, that area has a huge amount of parking because of the Mayo Beach parking. And yeah, it gets congested a couple of times, at times in the summer, at times, when people are pulling boats out, it's more complicated, but that's workable. It's just what happens in municipal parking lots, and it's workable, and we can do it, and I'm very supportive of this. Thank you.
When did that happen?
Nothing.
So I'm not sure. Can we call the question now? Is
Yes.
Yeah.
I move to,
What happened?
Janet,
there? You got muted. You're muted, Janet.
me? Okay, I move to approve the food truck application for 349 Cafe.
second,
A roll call vote, please.
Janet, I.
Justina, I.
Brian, I.
Michael, aye.
Helen, I.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Okay, and then a motion for the use of town property.
Oh, we need a time period.
You mean the dates?
Yeah.
On the application, it's May 1st to November 1st. Do you want to go to April 15th? Is that what you said, Tanya?
If that's the week of April vacation, I was kind of hoping to be open that week. And then
I
I
don't
can
know.
omit those Saturdays if it's going to conflict with the shellfish market.
I don't know.
And, excuse me, Mike, point of order.
Yep, go ahead.
Will whoever makes the motion include the fees referenced in the food truck license application? In other words,
Yeah, we know what that means.
go to the use of. Yeah, because it's not in this motion on the piece of paper. Thank you.
Okay, Helen, maybe you can make the motion. And April 15th is tax day.
When's,
I think I,
when is, well, there isn't going to be a Boston Marathon, but it's usually on the week of the Boston Marathon. So I'm looking at a calendar and I'm going to say that it is late this year and it's April 19th.
Okay.
okay,
It would be the beginning of the vacation. So the weekend would be April 16th.
so let's do the 15th then.
Well, okay.
And just then that's
15th
sufficient to
through
get
what?
down there and have a trial day. And because
Yeah.
Saturday you're going to be out. So, if you don't do it that weekend, then, it's fine. It's always weather permitting, I think. So,
And we'll go through November through Veterans Weekend, which would be November 12, 13, and 14. So you could say November 14th.
Okay.
okay.
And if she wants to close earlier than that, does she need to come before us?
No,
Okay, just wanted to make that clear.
it'll be obvious.
Yep. Okay.
If there's snow, I'm closing.
Right. Hurricane.
So I have one more question. How are we dealing with the fact it's on town property? Have any other bids been submitted?
No. And to be honest,
No?
I know that this is kind of stepping over the line, but nobody has wanted to be there for, what did Suzanne say, 2 or 3 years. And I suppose we can cross that bridge when we get to it. I don't know, maybe Maria needs to weigh in on this, but we haven't had many food trucks in the last few years. So I'd be surprised if we got a bid, but maybe people hearing about it will now want to bid. I don't know.
They have to do a lot of work.
Why don't I put in the motion that it's conditional on no other bids being received before April 1st?
April 1st. All right. I mean,
I don't think that's a good idea.
I don't think that's a good
let
idea.
Maria's,
I have something to say on
Go
that.
ahead, Justina, go ahead.
Thank you. She can't do business without certainty. She's spending money and time. I think a select board motion that we're exempting that location from the rule would be a way to go. We've gotten a credible applicant who wants to proceed, and we haven't gotten any others. So we could do we could exempt that location, a one-time exemption of that location.
Okay,
from
I don't even think we have to do
permit.
that. I think we've done this by application before, and then preceding years, we've put it out to bid, and we've done that. That's been the practice. That's what happened at Bakersfield. This has been out to bid. Nobody bid on it. That sort of closed that out in a way. So this is sort of like an application to reuse a place that hasn't been bid on for a long time. So I think as far as process goes and consistency, we have in the past issued applications, use of town property for places. And then subsequently, so from this year on, this would go back out to bid.
I agree.
Is that
Maria has her hand up.
Yeah, I think you're okay to do that. I mean, you're sort of in an unusual year, where we're looking to extend, restaurants' use of the outdoors because of COVID, and this is the kind of business that can fit in, and maintain, use of the town property and provide a service technically. If you had gone and changed your bylaws when you had put the food truck out to bid, that I would encourage a motion that said that you're making an exemption. But if you hadn't changed the bylaws to require it to go out to bid, I think you're good to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mike?
The other thing is, we've had several of our most, even LeCount Hollow had no bid last year.
Yeah.
There's always a food truck there. So we're having issues attracting food trucks in a time period where there's limited capacity in restaurants just as many or more people in town in the summer, and less areas for them to be served. I mean, it's clear that that's happening. And I think by our own precedent of allowing applicants to get use of town property on areas in the past, that we can do this the way it is right now, and then ask that it go out to bid in the forthcoming years.
But this year,
So would you like a motion?
we're not giving her, excuse me for speaking without being recognized, we're not making the motion that her approval is conditional on another bid. That, I mean, she's being granted the right for a food truck. It's not conditional, correct?
Yes.
I would say
Okay.
that, yeah. Okay, would you like a motion, Mike?
So, Mike, I'm going to say one thing and then I've got the motion ready.
Sure.
Okay, so it's okay with me because this has been biddable, onable for a while now, and the normal time for restaurants to come in for their licenses and for food trucks to come in for their licenses, whether or not, by the way, they're on town property, is now. It's been biddable, onable. There have been no bids, and this person has come before us, and I think it's okay. Justina, unfortunately, we can't do exceptions to the procurement law. The select board can't do that. But may I make a motion?
Please.
Okay, I move to approve the use of the Wellfleet Pier for the food truck operated by Tonya Felix between the hours of 10 and 6 p.m. from April 15th to November 14th, as submitted in her application.
And the motion includes by the bandstand.
I left it out because it's as stated in her application, which shows exactly where it's going to be,
Okay.
right?
Have a second?
Second,
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Janet, I.
Brian, aye.
Michael, aye. Ellen?
Ellen, I, sorry.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Okay, thank you, Tanya. And
Thank you very much.
having another business in town.
Will you be handing out discount tickets to select people?
Don't ask that. Don't ask that.
Isn't that against the ethics laws?
I think I just broke a law.
You definitely did.
We should all go and leave huge tips.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Good
Okay.
luck.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so next up here, we have Thomas Siggia, disclosure of conflict of interest for the historical committee. Tom?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. The reason I sent the select board my disclosure form is I'm on the board of both the historical committee and the Ames Thrift Shop. AIM being a historical structure, I had to present a proposal to replace our side windows and our back windows to the historical committee. At the time, the historical committee only had 4 voting members and no alternates. So I was the last yes vote, if I can state that. This might sound familiar. Lydia Vivente came in front of the select board with the same situation in December. We're both on historical committee and the Ames Thrift Shop. And last, I have no financial interest in this or gain on this project. I'm just trying to help out the Ames Thrift Shop with replacing these windows. Any questions or comments?
Ryan's got his hand up. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yes, just to make a correction, that it's an appearance of conflict of interest rather than a conflict of interest itself. They are treated differently. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ryan.
No, you got it right, Tom. So just
All right.
Yeah, no, the form is right. The in the agenda, it's not right, but it doesn't matter.
Sorry, I copied it off the agenda, the licenses.
That's fine. Go ahead, Helen.
Yeah, when we get to the motion as printed in our packet is a little funky, so I rewrote it. So, when we're ready, I would appreciate being able to.
Let's just call the question, Helen. Why don't you go ahead?
Okay, I move to allow Thomas Sagia participation as a member of the Historical Commission on an application to the Historical Commission from the AIM Thrift Shop, and to accept his disclosure of an appearance of conflict of interest. His conflict is not so substantial as to get in the way of his acting on behalf of the town. Thank you.
Second,
A roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Aye.
Ryan, aye.
Michael, aye. Helen?
Oh, Helen, I. Wake up,
Okay,
Helen.
motion carries 5-0.
Sorry.
That's all right. Okay, thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we have, sorry, my printer broke, so I couldn't print my agenda, so I have to keep scrolling back up to it. Discussion of select board meeting procedures. So basically, I brought this up. I just wanted to have a conversation with the board about moving things along in the meetings and making sure that we're like adequately getting through the different items on the agenda efficiently. So I guess I'm sort of proposing that we introduce a little bit of structure, and that would be to not limit debate, but to sort of get things down to as concise as we can be. In doing that, I would propose that we go through with each board member having an allotment of 2 minutes that they speak, and then go through the board twice, and then call the question if there's a question, then a request to the chair for additional debate at that point. That way we don't wind up, a lot of times I think there's things that we actually all are in agreement to with that wind up getting caught up in the weeds, and we go back and forth, but in the end, the vote was always going to be where it was. So to sort of minimize having to make statements that that don't need to be made, or overlap, or maybe not having everything in order of what you want to say and written down in notes, that we tend to actually just spend too long on certain agenda items. That's the way I feel. I don't know how the rest of the board feels about it, but I don't want to be super strict about adhering to this, but I'd like to just give it a shot. And if anybody has any other suggestions, that would be fine. I'd like to try and make sure that we don't run over 4 hours generally. And, the meetings can drag on. I understand completely that there's certain things when we're discussing policy where we actually are in a debate with each other that we need to have that debate flushed out fully. And there's definitely room to do that. But I think having a initial 2-minute requirement where people are a little bit more concise in making sure they know what they want to say, and the potential that they may only speak twice before the question's called may, sort of facilitate people getting to the point, and at that point we call the question, and then a request can be made for further debate. So I think that might be a way that we can get to the final answer before we spend an additional 20 minutes in the weeds sometimes. So, Helen, you've got your hand up, so I'll call on you.
Yeah, I'm all for succinct exchanges. Calling the question, when I say something additional, I always ask myself if somebody else has said it first, in which case you can just say, I agree with what Justina just said. I agree with what, Janet just said, and leave it at that. And we do that at a town meeting. Mike, nobody talks more than 2 minutes here, really. And one of the things I want to be very sure, very seldom does anybody in all my time on this board, finishing up my 9th year, does anybody have that much of a problem saying things in public? Usually people get pretty concise. Some of us, not to name names or to say whether we're on the board or not, will repeat themselves. They'll say the same thing 3 times when they're talking, and that's a phenomenon of speaking in public because you're not having a conversation with somebody. It's particularly bad with virtual stuff. But the thing I don't want to cramp our style with is what can happen when we're thinking together and doing think tank stuff, where I say something, Janet says something, et cetera, down the line. We all have thoughts, we put them out. And then the most important way to keep it concise, Mike, in my experience, is for us to really listen to each other so that if there's a necessary exchange that happens because we've heard something new or we have a new perspective because of what we've heard, sometimes it's information from the public, sometimes it's information from staff, that we have a chance to think about it together in public because that's the only place we can really do it. So the calling the question thing is very appropriate sometimes. But if we all ask ourselves, has somebody already said this? Is this something new? Which I always do. I think that we're doing okay in a lot of instances. We shouldn't make a vote if any of us are unclear about where we're all coming from and where we've gotten to in the exchange. So I don't think calling the question is a good idea, but by all means, let's be more succinct. This was not very succinct, but it's a complicated set of thoughts. And I've said everything I need to say. Thank you.
Okay, Janet?
So Helen, I would say you just went well over 2 minutes. It's hard to imagine, it's hard to really know how long you're talking. I agree with Mike. I think it's important. He said he doesn't want to go over 4 hours. I think going over 3 hours is an unusually long meeting. It used to be where we went 2 hours. So my suggestion with this is that we all come prepared, do our research, and I agree, listen to each other, and we don't have to be repetitive, and then just keep moving on. Thank you.
Justina?
Yeah, I think these are good ideas to have more structure. I think 4 hours, which our meetings have become, they're not just our meetings, the board, they're the community's meetings. And 4 hours is a lot for people at home to commit and to follow. Succinct communication is good for our constituency, for the community. I did go to Robert's Rules. It's actually standard procedure that every member speaks twice, which I did not know when a motion is debated. Every board member doesn't have the right to go more times. The order, according to Robert's Rules, which I didn't know, is that you go through everybody speaking once before somebody who's spoken speaks again, which I didn't know. And any board member has the right, in addition to call the question, to limit debate and to request to the speaker that debate be limited to 2 minutes or whatever limit if debate's dragging on. I would say that meetings outside the select board that I've been to, but the Cape Cod Commission and so forth, are really held to an hour and a half. I think our 4 hour meetings are too long and we're going to have to find ways to pull them in. And Robert's rules specifically supports Michael DeBasto's suggestions.
Okay. Ryan?
So I don't really have much new to add. I really do want to move along debates faster. I'd also want to try to be more focused in general and not get off onto these side paths that we get on sometimes, where it's not even necessarily about the specifics of a topic. It's about something almost irrelevant. So that's all I'll add. Thank you.
Okay. And so I just say that, calling the question doesn't stop debate. Just at that point, a request would have to be made by a select board member to continue debate. And then we could vote on whether to continue debate on that subject, right? So it's really an issue of, if the votes are there and the subject has gone on, we've heard each member twice, the question has been called, somebody says, I have something else to say, and then a motion to continue debate, and that would allow for that debate to continue. It's I think, a fair thing to do. I think that 2 minutes actually goes by pretty quickly when you're talking. And the sort of limitless nature with which we have these conversations can lead to less sort of planning and concise points being made, because you're able to just continually go back and forth. Now, I'm not saying as chair, and anyone can call a question at any time anyways. So this is sort of procedural. But I'm not saying as chair that I don't want to have back and forths on policy issues and debates. This is really an issue that goes far beyond that, where we wind up spending a lot of time on things that sometimes don't even have a question, but other times that that we're always going to vote 5-0 on. And so there are important things to say in those situations, but these things come up where after people have spoken twice, it's pretty clear where the vote is, and the necessity to continue that conversation, I think, declines at that point. And that's sort of where I get hung up. And I think when you get past 3.5 hours in a meeting, it gets pretty exhausting. And I don't think that either the board or any participants in the meeting are really at their best at that point. I mean, you get fatigued. Some people can do that, time in and time out. When I first started as chair, I really was trying to keep the meetings to 3 hours, but keep them completely loose and open the way that they had been going. Lately, I just think that sometimes it just goes, there's definitely times that 2 minutes are surpassed. I just surpassed it just now. And it's easy to do. So if we can keep this going in this way, I'd at least like to give it a chance to do this and see how things go. But in no way do I plan on halting debate on important subjects that need to be debated. That's not the issue, So I guess I will go through and everyone can speak one more time, and then I will ask that we move on. Go ahead, Helen.
Yeah, so I want to always hear everything all of you has to say. Mike, calling the question takes time, precious minutes. What I would do is a version of what you have been doing, which is very good. You get to a point, We've all said different things. Often we're talking about something really pretty complicated and new information gets brought in. Mike, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Mike?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I didn't know. I think something you say often, and other chairs have said it in other situations, is, does anybody have anything new to add? Are you ready for a vote?
Good.
And that's organic. And I think it's better than the kind of cutting people off with call the question, which is a very complicated, at town meeting, it happens. But it can be something that can be used depending on the chair. I'm not saying you do it. I would like to try the other thing. And thank you for highlighting ways in which we can make this work better. But I think the calling the question thing isn't so good. Thank you for letting me speak twice.
More than twice.
Jessica?
Yeah, I think Robert's rules is generally referred to for meeting protocol. It has calling the question and limiting members to speaking twice, and the option of members requesting that debate is limited in the rules to keep meetings from going on and on. So I recommend that we take the Robert's rules under advisement, and I don't know if we need a formal motion, but I move that we have a conscience of the board vote to support Chair DeBasto's requests for structuring the meeting. And I would like to, after Ryan speaks, make that straw vote motion.
Okay, Ryan?
The only thing that I would like to add is to try to allow the other board members a turn to speak before somebody else speaks again.
Yes.
That's it. Thank you.
I do try to do that. Usually it goes up by whoever put their hand up first, so I forget who has.
No, that's fine.
Not spoken, but I will keep an eye on that because.
Yeah, the Robert Rules recommends everybody speaks first before anyone gets a second turn.
Yeah.
Could we have a straw vote in support of Chair DeBasto's recommendations?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
So Jana, aye. Justina, aye.
Ryan, aye.
Obviously made it, so I'm an aye on this.
And I liked my suggestion better. It's gentler and it doesn't cut people off in case there's some third thing that I haven't heard from one of you that's a new idea. Thank you. So Helen, nay.
Okay. And Helen, in that case that there is a third thing that's very important, then that request can be made before we call the question. Also,
And the board votes on it.
Yeah. I mean,
the vote.
We've called the question before we begin debate, right? So that happens as well. So calling the question does not necessarily to end debate. If we call the question, then you can request to speak again,
Good.
Okay.
Thank you for doing this, Michael.
Okay. Well, let's see how it works. We've got a meeting here.
We'll need
Doesn't
practice.
go well, then we can always change the situation here. Okay, so right now we have Wellfleet to have a special town election to put borrowing questions out to voters on the same date as the district-wide vote or vote on borrowing at the annual town election, March 30th, 2021. Okay, I think we have. Do we have someone here to speak to the sort of legality of this as far as whether we're sure, 100% sure that we won't have to put this on the town meeting warrant as well? Did we get that for sure? I know that Danny sent something.
There's a hand raised, a 774 number.
Okay, I'm not sure who that is. 774. Can we get a name?
It's me, Jennifer Conjal, the town clerk.
Oh, hi, Jennifer. Okay. Go ahead, Jennifer.
So at the last meeting, we discussed that the Nauset Regional High School Committee had voted already to hold a district-wide vote on March 30th to get their Nauset Regional High School building project before the voters. So that's a done deal. Tonight, the select board will need to make a decision whether or not Wellfleet will need to hold a special town election on March 30th on the same date as the district vote, or do we want to put that off until our annual town election? And the question arose, what role does town meeting play in this? And it was my belief and understanding that the district-wide vote will take place of the town meeting in this instance. And I know Dan Silverman sent out a great informative email last Thursday to the board after he did some inquiring into the Division of Local Services Prop 2.5 ballot questions, requirements and procedures handbook. I'm not sure if anyone on the board was able to read that email, but we can make it part of the minutes. That it is strictly under the preview of the select board to put that debt exclusion question before the voters, and the district-wide vote is the avenue that we'll do that with. I also followed up and sent Dan's email and forwarded it to KP Law, and they were in agreement that is the case, that the district-wide vote is the mechanism for the approval, and a special town election or a vote at our annual town election would be the way we would get approval for the debt exclusion question.
Okay, so it would not have to come back to town meeting. Okay, Ryan, go ahead. You got your hand up first.
Yep. So the only decision we have is when we can hold the election on the borrowing, not on how the borrowing is done, or that the question will be asked either in conjunction with the vote on the school itself or after annual town meeting for the election, for the annual election. So basically the question before the board is whether or not we want to have the vote happen on the 30th of March or after the annual town meeting. And it can't be debated on the floor of town meeting either. So thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. I guess I will just say that knowing that we don't have to bring it to town meeting and vote on the ballot like we would typically do on a on an expenditure like this, because of the rules, I would be in support of putting it on the ballot and holding it the same day. I think a lot of towns are doing that. Jennifer, is that how many towns in the district are doing that? Are they all doing it?
The other 3 towns in the district are holding it the same day. It won't be on the same ballot as the district-wide vote. It would be a dual election. So there would be one ballot for the district for the approval of the project and one ballot for approval of the debt exclusion.
I think, and the debt exclusion is a town-wide vote, sorry, go ahead, Helen.
Yeah, Jennifer, my memory is, just confirm this, yes or no, that it can happen on the same day and it has to be in a separate space. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Helen?
It can happen on the same day as our regular ballot vote, but it has to happen in a separate space at the COA. Is that correct?
Not necessarily. I did check with elections. I know for the technical high school rebuild, they did hold a dual election, and it was the ballot question for the debt exclusion was held in in the conference room. But it just doesn't have enough space for that. So after speaking to elections, I can do it in one space, but they were adamant that there needs to be two separate lists, voter lists. So that's how we get around that.
So here's where I am with this. I think it's a good idea for two reasons, one of which I spoke about last time, which is I like it when everything is looked at the same time in terms of what we're spending money on. You know, so that people don't just think of this all by itself. They think of it in relation to the rest of it. I hope it passes, but that's another issue. Second is that if it all happens on the same day, that's less work for staff. Thank you.
Okay, Dan Silverman.
Sorry, it took me a second to unmute. Thank you. I hope that the information that I provided was helpful in some respects, and Jennifer did get a response back from John Giorgio at KNP this afternoon, I think it was, and he agrees with me that what you stated is correct. And my recommendation also, I think, would be again, it's not really in my wheelhouse, but I think the cleaner way to do this would be to have the election the same day, with the understanding that it's two separate ballots, two separate check-in lists. But I think it's a lot less. I think it's a lot less confusing for the voters than trying to have it, some 2 months later and have it be kind of in a vacuum without the vote on the project itself. So that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, Justina, I don't think you've spoken here. Go ahead, Justina.
I agree with Helen and Danny. I think it would be hard to know exactly what you're voting for. If you just know the total amount of the project, I think it's 12 million is Wellfleet's share if we get state funding. But I was left with questions like, okay, but I wanted more information that would be provided if we did them both together. So I agree with Helen on that.
Ryan?
So I think that there's agreement that it should be on the 30th. What is the proper motion that would be made to put it on the ballot? Because we don't have one. I checked the last packet as well.
Okay, I think, hold on, I'm just scrolling down to it here. I think
How
we
about-
can say,
I apologize. I wasn't really sure how to write that motion, and I wasn't sure what your decision would be.
Yeah, or Jennifer or Danny. Oh.
What about I move for Wellfleet to have a special town election to put the borrowing question out to voters on the same date as a district-wide vote on March 30th, 2021.
yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Okay.
That's an agenda item, so that's great. I think that covers it all. Yeah, that's the date and everything. Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Janet, aye.
Justina, aye.
Brian, aye.
Michael, aye.
Helen, aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
If I can just chime in here, just to make sure, and Jennifer may have more to say on this as well, but just to make sure you've dotted the i's and crossed the t's, having voted to have the election, I think you actually do need to issue a warrant for that election, just as you would for any other town election. I'm not sure exactly what the proper wording of that is, but it's, basically, to the voters of the Wellfleet, notice and the time of the election and so forth, and that has to be done with at least 35 days before the day of the election itself.
Okay.
I have that already. I have the warrant already worked up, and I'll have it in the select board office ready for them to sign.
Great.
Okay.
Great. Thanks, Jennifer.
So would it be a motion to move in place?
Say that again, Ryan.
Would it be a motion to place and insert the question into the warrant?
Yeah. You want to do that?
Helen,
I'm confused. Yeah,
So
I'm confused.
we need to issue a
So
warrant.
we're talking about the ballot,
Yes,
not the warrant,
not the town meeting warrant.
right?
Yes, the ballot.
Right.
Again, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure exactly the form that it takes, but you're not placing an article, you're issuing essentially a warrant, a call. I think Jennifer said she has that wording. I think it's just you need to sign the warrant. That's all. I think that's the only action. That's
Okay. Yeah, I don't think we need to vote on that. We've just voted to have it, and then we got to sign it.
I think that's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Jennifer. Let's get to the insert from the DPW for spring tax bill notice or re-inspections of private paved roads for winter of 2021, 2022. DPW on the line? Anyone from DPW? No?
They were there. So
Okay.
I have a question, Michael. Did we approve any other inserts? Is my memory failing me?
There was one insert that we decided not to approve.
Okay,
It was
all right.
withdrawn. That
Okay.
was from the Shellfish Department.
That's okay. Good. Thank you.
Did we do one for recycling?
I don't know if we approved that, but this year, I'm not sure. Helen?
Mr. Chairman?
Yep. Yes, Maria?
My understanding was the one from Shellfish was on your agenda because it was sort of a policy decision that went along with it. I wasn't clear why these come on your agenda, to be honest with you.
I think Helen can probably answer that. We usually do vote to put them into the tax bill so that there's some process so that people can't just submit whatever they want into that. But hey, Helen, do you know?
All I know is it's been standard for ever since that I've been aware of it, and I've been aware of it for a long time. The other thing is we can only have two. Just, Janet checking about this is totally on the money. We can only have two in each tax bill because otherwise it costs more. So have we established that there's already one but not two?
Gary Sorkin has his hand up.
Gary?
Gary, you have to unmute yourself.
We do have one coming from.
Okay, so the answer is in order to keep it under the postage limit, that you can put two in there and they can be a front and a back. So it's a third of a page and you could have one on each side for a total of 4, I believe. And that it is required, at least from our end, that we solicit select board approval for it before it goes to the tax collector.
Yeah, that's what I thought that, otherwise there might be 30 in there. Okay, and we do have one coming from Housing Authority, or did we?
You have tonight, Michael.
That's tonight, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
do you want me to make a motion?
Do you want to make a motion? Yeah.
Sure. I move to approve the insert by the DPW regarding inspections of private roads for the winter of 2021 to 2022.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Janet, aye.
Justina, aye.
Brian, aye.
Michael, aye.
Ellen, aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
And would you like me to make a motion for the Wellfleet Housing Authority's insert?
That would be great, unless anyone has anything that they need to say about it.
Okay. I move to approve the Wellfleet Housing Authority spring tax bill insert for the Housing Angels.
Second. Helen?
Okay. Roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Justina, I.
Ryan, aye.
Michael, aye. Helen, you there?
Yeah, Helen, I.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now, sorry, got to scroll back up to the agenda here. Discussion of the Open Space Committee's charge and purview. Select Board Member Curley, do you want to just start this one off?
Yeah, so I actually compared Wellfleet's practices to the surrounding towns, including Brewster, Orleans, Eastham, Truro, and Provincetown. Wellfleet is the only town that regularly transfers town-owned land into the care and custody of a conservation commission. Other towns have, Truro transferred, well, didn't even transfer. They asked the Truro Conservation Trust to maintain the stewardship over 6 parcels in 2013. But the parcels are still owned and controlled by the town and the select board there. And then the Brewster, the only ones that they've transferred into conservation have actually been transferred to the state, and that were adjacent to Nickerson State Park. The way that, and the Open Space Committee's charge, both in town meeting votes and by the Board of at the time of the Board of Selectmen, is not, it's basically to recommend property for purchase for the use of open space, to also kind of act as a break if the select board decides to try to sell a bunch of properties without review, and also to maintain properties and to have them for passive recreation. And I'm just wondering if, I mean, the way I haven't seen any properties be recommended for purchase. And I'm just wondering if we should continue to allow properties to be recommended to be transferred into conservation, the Conservation Commission's care and custody, which vastly limits the potential uses for a property, even though I know that we do need to protect a lot of them. But there might be other ways of achieving the same result. So, thank you.
Hey, that was just under 2 minutes as well, Ryan. Bruce Herder?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm chair of the Open Space Committee, and the thing I wanted to draw people's attention to is from Town of Wellfleet policies, disposition of town-owned land. General procedure, the Board of Selectmen is responsible for all town-owned land that is not otherwise designated to the custody of another board, committee, or department. Any town, committee, or board may petition the Board of Selectmen for recommendation of a specific panel when they have a need or use for such land based on criteria which reflect the committee's or board's charge as authorized under the town charter or other applicable law. And then it goes on to some other, but I think in the town's policies, it very clearly says that a committee can ask the select board, and that's what we're doing, if we can move these properties. There are a number of properties that we would love to see in conservation. That's why we're doing this. I do think from the town policies that we have the not only the right, but sort of expectation that we are going to do it.
I guess if no one else has their hands up, I'll speak first. I guess I'm questioning the need to put these into Conservation Commission custody when Conservation Commission already has jurisdiction over wetland protection. The town currently, the property is currently in the custody of the town, but subject to all the rules of CONSCOM. So, and the Wetlands Protection Act. And I am hesitant to be putting land into other custody, particularly landings and recreational areas, where they could be restricted without the permission of the Select Board. Conservation Commission has pretty broad latitude on what they can do to regulate the land that they have in custody. So it takes a lot of the authority over what can go on in that land away from the town to transfer that land into Conservation Commission custody. Now, being that they are all seeming to be within, within the bounds of the jurisdiction of Conservation Commission, they're still subject to the Wetlands Protection Act and all the local town regulations that our CONSCOM has in regard to wetlands. So I fail to see the need to be transferring land into these, particularly landings. Helen?
Speak again?
I'm just going to go through the board here, and then I'll allow you to speak again. And
yeah, I would have liked, given that she works long days, it's fine that she isn't here. I would have liked, she left after the first agenda item. I would have liked Hillary to be here for this, because both Mike and Ryan implied that there is a vast amount of things that the Conservation Commission can prohibit or change in terms of use. And from what I've learned, it's not vast. It's basically a reaffirmation of what the CONSCOM can already say you can't do, except it has a little more teeth. So if you have somebody not using a town landing, which is a legal right, and there are ways you do it, but actually tearing it up and misusing it, the CONSCOM would have to meet with them anyway, but this gives them a little more teeth. And in my experience watching things happen, I don't understand why we're not trusting the Conservation Commission to do a good job that isn't prohibitive or, controlling beyond need. It's not a power thing. And why we don't recognize that they too are the town. This doesn't give power away from the town. It gives it to a more specialized group that has a skill set that's better at dealing with places that are in their resource. So that's my thought about it. Thank you.
Justina.
I tend to support what Michael and Ryan are saying. I think reclaiming some of our town landings and our public accesses was a good idea. I think there's many towns within a town, many cultures, from locals whose families go way back to perhaps people who are more university educated and knowledgeable about science a different way. And I think it's good to have more than one committee engaged in preservation and conservation. It brings together different voices, different traditions, different ways of knowing. And I think this is a good grassroots initiative that Ryan's done, and it's interesting other towns don't do it the way we do. So I'm in support Ryan's initiative. I think it's important to give locals a voice and to understand that conservation. We have an active shellfishing and fishing tradition that are important for our town character and for jobs, and they require use of the resource. And that might be a slightly different tradition and so forth. So in any case, I've probably gone over 2 minutes, but I'm in support of Ryan's work in this area.
Okay, Ryan, go ahead.
Yeah. So I've been thinking about like how to deal with these issues. I think that we can achieve much the same result of conserving our town properties without putting additional restrictions on them. The Conservation Commission is a regulatory board, and when land is under their care and custody, they have broad latitude on what can actually happen with the land and the way it's used. And they can change those rules at any time. But at the same time, the select board itself is also a regulatory board, and we could also change rules governing the use of town land at any time, just as a matter of fact. But I don't see the benefit of transferring the care of public property into a way that makes it less flexible in terms of the way the public can utilize it. Thank you.
Okay, Janet?
So this has been a vehicle for us for a number of years, and it doesn't really disclude what Ryan is talking about. I'd like to hear from Denny O'Connell and Bruce Herter again too. But if you looked at did everybody look at the map or a map of what these plots are?
Oh, we're not on that one yet.
Oh, we're just on what you're talking about. All right.
We're talking about the.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, I think it's always okay. So all right, never mind.
We're talking about the charge, basically.
Yep, I got it. I'm moving ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. So this is quite easy to get off topic because we're taking on two different things related in the same meeting. But I will go to Denny, and then I'll go back to Bruce. Go ahead, Denny.
Okay, I assume I'm on. I don't see myself, so I don't know.
You're on.
Okay. We've been trying to understand what Ryan has been after here, and this is really the first chance that I've heard of what we're talking about. I'm kind of surprised that you haven't given the opportunity and notice to the Conservation Commission as to what this subject is about. So I would encourage you to not take any action tonight and give the Conservation Commission the opportunity to say something.
So
I think there is benefit to what they're doing.
Yeah, the only way that the select board can discuss something like this is in an open meeting. And that's why it's here. So if it is something that we want to discuss, we can discuss it and then bring it to open or Conservation Commission rather than just being one person. So thank you.
So Ryan, is this on here for discussion, right? We're not
discussion, yes.
Taking a vote on this. We're discussing the Open Space Committee. Let's bring it back here. We're discussing the Open Space Committee's charge and whether requesting space be transferred is part of their charge. Is that the question kind of on the table to be discussed?
Essentially, yes. We could also, if the majority of the select board wants it, they could codify the Open Space Committee's charge to include it. So I don't know. I didn't want to, I just, yeah, I look at things my way and other people might look at it differently. So.
Okay. Let's see. I'm losing track of who spoke, but I did tell Bruce he could speak again. So go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, a couple of things I'd like to say again. Number one, with town policies, we have the right to do this. And so you're saying don't do it. I mean, if you don't like what we're proposing, vote against it. We have to get a 2/3 vote to pass these properties. But I really feel like in town policy, it says if a committee feels like, there's a piece of land and it should go into conservation, which is part of what our charge is, that's part of the policy. Two things happen when this goes to conservation. One is that there's an inspection that occurs every year of the property. The second is that the land not only has to go through the conservation, but through a town meeting, but it also has to go to legislature for a vote. What doesn't change is that right now, all the properties that we have been asking for are properties that are by the water, by the marsh, and are within the purview of CONSCOM. Now, I agree with Denny. I think it'd be good if CONSCOM could be a part of this discussion. But certainly, those are the two advantages. CONSCOM, it isn't that these properties go back to the Board of Selectmen. CONSCOM has jurisdiction over the properties that are by the water. All these are by the water, and all the properties we've been asking for over the course of the last couple of years are on the water. So it isn't like you're saying, okay, we have some advantage. The last thing I just want to point out is what's been said is that the concern, and I understand, the issue is, and the concern is that there's access that's going to be lost. I mean, I absolutely hear that. I went to the Shellfish Advisory Board. But that, so far, what's happened is that Old Wharf, which is in conservation, last year at Pleasant Point, we put our money on an easement, not money, we got the town to vote for an easement to get on to Pleasant Point. We've been very supportive of access and to say also open space would be willing and has been looking at specifically at easement properties that would allow for access. So I get the feeling that there's this, we, they, and that somehow if we're doing this, that it works against the shellfishing community. I just don't believe that that's true. I'll stop there.
I'm just going to respond to that. I think it's clear. I want to bring this back to what the agenda item is, and that is the Open Space Committee's charge. I think it's clear that any committee can make a request like this to the select board, and we are the ultimate sort of determiner of whether these would even get onto a warrant or something like that. So I don't think that it needs to be in the charge that they do this. If they want to do this, it does seem, that most towns aren't doing this, but I still fail to see how transferring it to Conservation Commission does not take the custody of the property outside of the select board and put it into the hands of Conservation Commission, which can, if they so choose, restrict properties, and maybe not now, maybe in the future, in ways that the select board does not agree with. And they have the broad latitude to institute those changes, being the custodian of that property. And I think that, yes, so maybe I'm a little bit off subject, but I don't think so. But what we're talking about here is I think actually we actually probably need to move on from this and get on to the next thing because I think that their charge is kind of irrelevant to this discussion. That's probably true. Is everyone in agreement with that? And
Yeah.
Did Ryan want to vote on it?
No, this is discussion solely.
I have a second thing to say.
Okay, go ahead, Helen.
Yeah, there are two issues here. The select board, let's say we're talking about a public landing or a common landing. The select board is in charge of that kind of property in terms of whether it can be used or not in relation to state law. But how it's used is a collaborative thing. And it comes out of a lot of things besides what the Conservation Commission wants to do. And I agree that this agenda item was just about the charge, and we're taking a closer look at it. We've digressed a bit. But I would like to, A, have some members of the Conservation Commission meet with us and have another agenda item about it, and to absolutely pin down what it is the CONSCOM could tell people not to do that they can't already tell people not to do. I don't think it's fair.
Concern, and didn't Chair DeBosta say he wanted to move on?
Yes, and I don't think there's very much they can do given town landings and common landings being places that are usable and they can't close
All
them
going
off.
off topic here. So clearly
Yeah.
we need to move off of this topic because we cannot, any of us seem to go to avoid going from the discussion of the charge into the specifics of another issue. None of
As
us.
a point of order, can we move on when the chair says move on?
Let's move on now. Okay, I appreciate that coming before us, but I think that looking at it, the charge doesn't. I'm still talking. Sorry, that the charge doesn't eliminate their ability to request this. Okay, sorry. Scrolling back up here. Now we're at Herring River Restoration Project. The signing of the contract. We do have Gregor McGregor on the line here. And this is, for anybody who's not aware, the contract with the Chequesset Yacht Club for the Herring River Restoration over at the Mill Creek. And go ahead, Gregor, if you're on the line. Maybe.
Thank you all. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Helen, how are you?
I'm fine, I'm here.
Good to see you, Maria and Rebecca, and members of the commission. The project is here tonight as well, and is prepared to give you a quick summary, or Maria will. But I want to thank you for letting me be special environmental counsel to bring to you the results of more than a year of negotiations, successful, at least memorialized in the draft CYCC agreement that you have seen in earlier drafts and in final clean form, with signatures by the club officials, although not on one original, which you insisted on by a deadline. This is what we recommend as your special counsel that you consider for execution. Separate, I've alerted you to some financial issues that are beyond our expertise, and you may act on those or not by telling us what you would like to do. But in substance, this is the fruit of 10 years of effort to enlist the assistance and coordination and cooperation of the club with enhancing the ecosystem restoration project that will restore the Herring River and all of its benefits, including economic value, tourist value, real estate value, and usefulness and enjoyment of private property as well as public property, and not to mention the free flow of the river. This enlists the help of the club as a way of enhancing the ecosystem restoration that with the club can be 1,000 acres.
Okay. Anything from the board?
Yeah. Me?
Yep, Helen.
Yeah, so when we get to the motion, I've made it a little more sort of clear. We're not there yet. I'm just putting that in there for expediency. Thank you.
Okay. No other comments from the board? Okay, I will just say that, Justina, go ahead. Come on, I saw it.
I'm sure you're going to talk about that we're all happy to be at this point.
That is what I was going to say. I'm glad to see that this is going this way. I think it's a mutually beneficial agreement, and this will allow for the permitting process to begin for the Herring River Restoration Project with the cooperation and agreement with the Chequesset Yacht Club. And I think it's a good partnership, and I see good things coming out of this for both parties. So I'm happy to have it come to fruition, and that the permitting can begin, including the golf course and the low-lying parts of their property. Okay, so now do we need to determine, Gregor, what to do about these financials on here?
Yes, you could comment tonight. You could comment separately later to me. You could vote the direction or provisional approval of this agreement in this form, subject to the approval of your key financial people.
I think that would be appropriate for us to do it subject to the approval of, I'm not exactly sure where this is right here in this contract that we're referring to. Could you?
I have a outline, and it's been shared. I will make sure the board has it. And if you vote approval, subject to resolution or final close scrutiny of financial aspects affecting the town, that would be fine. I believe that would be mutual further progress.
Approval by who?
Well, it'd be by the select board as the chief executive officials. But if your treasurer, your chief accounting officer, and experts who are on the select board
Okay.
Say okay, well, then it's just rubber stamp.
And I refer to it as what, the financial
issues and aspects.
Financial issues and aspects
affecting the town. It's always good to check with the people who actually run the financial aspects of a town.
Okay, so the motion would be to, let's see, do we have a motion written on here already?
I've got a motion. Where do you want me to put it? But I have a question, Mike, before we proceed.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Helen.
Why was this not done before this meeting? That's a rhetorical question. Through you, Mike, to Carol Ridley. Did somebody take a look at the financials with the financial staff in the town? In other words, why are we not approving this at this meeting? This is what we were held up by, in part, at our last meeting 2 weeks ago. So what about it might need further scrutiny? Either Attorney McGregor or Carol Ridley could answer that, or Ms. Wall. But it's unclear to me why we're stalling about this now. What is funky here, if anything? Please.
Carol?
You're on mute, Carol.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Carol Ridley, coordinator for the project. We, as a project representative, I'm not in a position to comment on administrative aspects of the agreement. Those we really deferred to council to represent the town's interests on those matters. But I would, I guess I have a question similar to Helen's, which is, our concern from the project standpoint is the execution of the agreement, the completion of this stage, so that we can have a clear shot to submitting our permit applications, an executed agreement being necessary in order for us to be able to incorporate the plans that have been developed for the club in accordance with the agreement with all parties, the project representatives and the representatives of the club being very clear about the mutual commitments being made. And so, I wasn't sort of aware of the notion of a provisional approval. So I do have some questions about the timeline here and, what the next steps would be if that's the course the board were to take this evening.
I'm wondering if we could put it into the approval of the town administrator. That way it wouldn't have to be met and she would go through the financials with our treasuring and accounting. I'm not exactly sure what the issue is. So Jessica Wall has her hand up right now. So maybe we get some more information here. Go ahead, Jessica.
Hi, good evening, members of the Select Board. My name is Jessica Wall. I'm an attorney at Anderson and Krieger in Boston. We're counsel for Friends of Herring River. As you know, Greg represents the town's interest with respect to this project. So I have a sort of general understanding of what the questions might be associated with the agreement. And as Carol mentioned, we defer to the board's assessment of the issues as presented by Greg. I would submit that for some of the financial issues in the agreement that I think Greg is referring to, essentially what he's trying to get at, I think, is that there are certain financial unknowns associated with the grant money for the project. So what the project team has tried to do in working with the club is to sort of account for all the things that we know about, but recognize that there are certain specifics about project financials that we just won't be able to work out until we know what grant funds and potential limitations of grant funds we're dealing with as part of the project. Another aspect of this is that the agreement that you've all reviewed before, as I understand it, talks about best efforts. And what we tried to do in drafting the agreement is to really convey that the town is agreeing to, take all of the steps that it can to go out and get this funding, but recognizing that, federal, state grant funding is not something that anybody can necessarily count on. So I think those are some of the issues that might be sort of alluded to here, which, I would submit are things that haven't changed from the original agreement that you've reviewed previously. So I hope that provides a little bit more background in terms of what the concern might be. And Greg, I don't know if there's a way to, I share the idea, the hope that the board would be willing to sign this agreement tonight. If there's some, very minimal review that the town administrator needs to handle, that seems reasonable. But in all forms, the agreement has not changed from what you've reviewed previously.
Greg, you've got your hand up.
Thank you. The form of the agreement you have tonight is exactly the form you insisted the club look at and approve as a corporate entity and as a trust, and they did. This is the same version you have seen before and no doubt looked at with a fine-tooth comb with your respective long-term business acumen and your long-term financial familiarity with what the town is willing to do for long-term projects. So there's no difference in what you saw before and insisted the club approve. So, out of a abundance of caution, I have been asking for the town as an entity make sure it wants to, for instance, commit to using its best efforts in engaging in seeking permits and funding for a project that is multi-decades long and centuries in its benefit, where you own the infrastructure and will fix the infrastructure and manage the infrastructure into the indefinite future. much longer than this contract, so as to accomplish this ecosystem restoration. You will be willing to essentially hold the money as most towns do, as grant funds, as cash, and on the accounts of the town as grant monies, so that you're not subject to the anti-aid amendment of the state constitution about using money for private entities, but rather spending it sort of like an escrow agent in the millions of dollars to conduct mitigation on private property, which is fine with us if it's fine with you. I'm raising these things such as reimbursing business shutdown costs, estimated in the manner in which I've described them, and made sure the contract covered in excruciating detail, because that's a major deal maker for this, since the club will have to shut down for the construction of the mitigation real estate on its own property, for instance. And do you want to be the manager of the cash flow out of the grant funds for the life of this project, which is several years? So some boards of selectmen might say, hey, if it's fine with the agencies and our officers, that's fine. Or they might say that, well, if it's fine with the administrator, that's fine. Or they might have an expert on the select board who says, this looks good to me. I'm raising these only as out of an abundance of caution, because of the length of the project, its relative complexity, and we can't predict whether everything will be permitted, though it probably will, or everything will be funded, which it may be or not.
So, Gregor, it's my understanding that stuff's actually in the contract.
Yes, sir.
So this is where I feel like I think that we know that there's some unknowns, and by signing this contract, the select board agrees that those unknowns of whether we'll receive grant money or not are part of this agreement, and that it's based on best efforts. And therefore, if these are the hang-ups, then I see no reason why the select board can't approve this right now as written. If everything's in the contracts, particularly about the cost of shutdown provisions where they have to show a specified loss of revenue, it's clear there's a process for them to do that. That we understand what we're signing here. Does everybody on the board feel like they understand what we're entering in now?
Mr. Chairman, you've explained it exactly correctly. We have accounted for these variables and vagaries as best lawyers can in the actual document.
Yeah, I feel confident in going forward to make a motion to sign this without any provisional motion.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Ryan.
So, Greg, you said that you had sent an outline. When did you send it?
Last week.
And who did you send it to?
The administrator and Rebecca.
Okay, so we have not received it.
I don't know if you've received it. You might have.
No, we haven't.
I think you have.
No.
Forwarded from me. Forwarded from me.
You sent one on February 1st asking about the third-party review.
Right, and that was my question, was whether you had someone specific in mind to look at some of the, I mean, we can look at procedural issues as staff and how we handle procedural issues, but whether or not we have the expertise on staff to look at the club's financial data related to any losses they might have, I'm not sure that that's our expertise. And my request of the board, which I know you don't like to discuss things out of the meeting, was if you had someone that you wanted that referred to.
So did the outline contain more than what you sent us on February 1st?
That was the forwarded outline from McGregor.
Okay. And
those were the questions. The internal process stuff, Heather and I can look at, with the town treasurer, but in some of the others, my ask of the board was if there was someone specific that the select board wanted to have that reviewed by.
Wasn't that part of the task that was given to the Herring River technical team?
I was asked to share it with them.
Sorry. Carol's got her hand up, and she's had her hand up for a while. I feel like she has some information to shed on us.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just first want to clarify our role in this process. So we were tasked originally by former town manager Dan Hort to participate in this discussion because, obviously so much of the particulars and details of the mitigation plan and how it relates to the project, that is information that we could bring to that discussion. And so that was our role. Throughout, we have worked very closely with Greg McGregor, who has served as counsel to the town and represents the town's interests on those other matters. So we never took it upon ourselves, nor did Jess, as our counsel, to represent the town with respect to those matters. And so I just wanted to clarify our role here. And I wanted to just stress something that I think has been stated in the comments, but I just want to underscore is that first of all, the issue of the business shutdown cost analysis, it was never anticipated that work would be the town's responsibility. In fact, the project sponsored third-party special expertise to undertake that analysis. And so that's really not something that's being asked of you or asked of the town to weigh in on in any way. That's just analysis that's there, that's sort of baked into the agreement. The other point I want to stress is that any of the references to compensation for business shutdown costs or supporting the work that's proposed to occur on the club's property is always, put in the context of pending receipt of permits necessary to do that work or to take that step and grant funding that would be necessary to provide the financial support for either the business shutdown costs or the work on the club's property. And that is, if you read through the document, those statements are always paired. And also noted that, any other authorizations that the town would need would be part of, what's expected. So those statements, I think, are important to putting the town's commitments into context. So the town in this agreement is agreeing to make best efforts to put the requests for this work and for this funding into permit applications and into funding applications. And it is anticipated, and I think as Jess and Greg have alluded, as we move into the process of receiving more permits and receiving funding, there may be conditions associated with permits or conditions associated with funding that need to be contemplated and may be subject to an amendment or a separate agreement that will address other details that we do not know today. So I just wanted to provide those additional clarifications. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, that's how I interpreted it, that it wasn't the responsibility of the town to figure out those financial issues with regard to the business shutdown, and that there was a actual process, a criteria that they had to submit, which would detail exactly what they could file for as far as losses. Mm-hmm. So again, I'm comfortable calling the question. I don't know how any of the rest of the board feels. Does anybody have anything to add right now?
Yes, I'd like to add a second thing.
Okay, Justina's got her hand up, and then back to you, Helen.
I have a quick question for Carol. I want to make sure I heard you correctly. You're saying that the analysis of the business shutdown costs was undertaken by a third-party expert, and it's been signed off and is not a bone of contention.
So in the Appendix C of the agreement, there is reference to, that's where all of these different numbers are spelled out.
Yep.
And there is a number. So what happened is we had completed the analysis in cooperation with the club using financials up to a certain year. I want to say it was 2018. Time has passed. That needs to be updated with more current financial information. So we put the number in we have from the third-party expert as a placeholder. And I think there's language in there that says, within 30 days of the execution of this agreement, they would provide the updated financials. And then within 30 days of that, we would update that analysis.
There was a process with the third-party expert.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay, great. I'm comfortable with moving forward to signing this as Chair DeVasto had stated, calling the question.
Okay, Helen, one more from Helen, and then we'll call the question. Go ahead, Helen.
I'm ready to sign this too. And if you remember where we were at the end of the last meeting about this, there were some figures in that appendix that needed to be changed. And am I understanding, Carol, that they haven't been put in there yet, or is the the schedule of expenditures from CYCC, is that something that's been? Is this now complete?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's when I looked at it, that's what I thought. So there's this other part of this. We're ready to sign it. And we're representing the town of Wellfleet. And there are lots of caveats in here. There are lots of, fallback things. It's good. And there's also repeated reference to project partner agencies. And that includes the park. So it's clear in this document, something I like about it, that we're clearly identified as not doing this entirely on our own, which is very, very important for a context. The last thing I wanted to say is, and I've got tabs here marking all the places where the executive council is brought up. Now, 3 of the people on the executive council are here tonight, but we're not everybody. And the people from the park aren't here. And at our next HREC Herring River Executive Council meeting, we need to look at this together as an agenda item so that group is very clear about this being signed and committing the HREC to certain obligations, which leads to my last.
Okay, we're off topic.
I call the question.
Has the park seen this document?
It doesn't matter.
Carol.
Helen, that's not on the agenda.
Point of order.
Yeah, okay.
Really?
Call the question.
Don't care?
Not on we're here to sign the document.
Can someone please call the question?
I move to approve the signing of the contract between the town of Wellfleet and the Chequesset Yacht and Country Club.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Roll call vote.
Janet, aye.
Justina, aye.
Ryan, aye.
Michael, aye. Helen?
Helen, aye.
Okay, the motion carries 5-0. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Big step forward.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you all.
Forward.
Thanks very much.
Pleasure.
Thank you, everyone.
We are on change the number of members to the Commission of Disabilities to 5. Do we have discussion on this? Go ahead, Janet.
My only comment is that there's always a hard time getting people on this, and this committee has been low on numbers for quite a while. I see what Ryan is saying here, but if you have 5 members, then when you have a majority or a quorum, you're going to need minimum 3 people there all the time. And along the same lines that this document he provided says you need to have 10 meetings a year. So I don't know where to go with that. It seems a little hard right now, but I'll listen to the rest of the board.
Ryan?
Okay, so just to explain this really quickly, the current Commission for Disabilities has is a 7-member commission, and there's three people have been appointed to the commission. But they obviously cannot make a quorum because it's a 7-member committee. If we reduce it to 5, which is the lowest number allowable by law, that commission can start meeting. I doubt that they'll meet 10 times a year, but at least they'll be able to meet. And that's my intention, is just to allow this commission to start meeting. That's all.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Can we call the question?
I'm for it. I move to approve the number of members on the Commission of Disabilities to 5 members.
Second.
Ellen, second.
Roll call vote, please.
Janet, aye.
Tina, aye.
Ryan, aye.
Michael, aye.
Ellen, aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Okay, great. Now we are on to the article for annual town meeting open space committee. Okay. Sorry, here. Actually, let's see. Wondering, do we have the, no, let's just keep this in order. Okay. Let's do this. So, open space committee, we still have Bruce Herder.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to present this? Now we're actually on to the topic that we couldn't help discuss in the earlier.
Yeah.
Can we put the maps up? It would help.
Does Rebecca have them?
I have them if
okay.
that works.
Yeah, sure, Ryan. Let me allow you to screen share. Hang on one second.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Ryan. You can screen share your,
Okay. Screen share. That's, nope. It says you have to stop sharing your screen first.
oh, I'm sorry. Hang on.
Oh, no worries. New to me, so. All right.
You're good to go now.
Share. Okay. You can see them, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's perfect. It's just that screen is on here too. So.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Bruce.
Okay, so I will summarize. We sent a letter yesterday. I'm not sure if you got it or not, but really kind of talking about these properties. I'll start with 239 is a Martian title property in Chipman's Cove. It abuts Conservation Trust land to the south and parcel 2880 to the west. The draft Wellfleet Harbor Management Plan released by NRAB earlier this year notes that salt marshes are critical sources of nutrition and life for the harbor, so any loss of marsh or their efficiency would be a major concern for the harbor. Sea level rise will increase tidal flooding of the marshes and damage them. One way the marshes have been able to keep pace with sea level rise is migrating inland. Parcels 239 and 80, which include over 13 acres of lowlands, would be a perfect buffer allowing for marsh migration. Note that there's an informal walking trail at the high tide line from which you have wonderful views of the marsh and cove. Parcel 2882, so that's the one furthest to the west. Yeah. On the west side of Indian Neck, a beach and dune property is an important buffer to the sea level rise. This lot is bordered by town conservation land on the south and by Conservation Trust land to the north. There's an access path that goes down the very bottom. It actually, you can see it on the town Conscom property. And I just point out in terms of access that property is now in conservation. There's no question about the access to things. We're looking to put 82, and there's a small part of 82 that goes there. My point is just that there are a lot of access points that are in conservation right now. Not putting these in conservation does not mean that you're taking away access. Also, 82 is listed as a buildable lot, although it would have significant challenges under the Wetlands Protection Act and environmental regulations. Placing it in conservation would add protection against a private sale and inappropriate building while safeguarding ongoing access. The only thing other thing I would say is, again, to address the issue of what's lost if we do it, because I hear that's a concern. And from my perspective, something is gained. There's some added protection. There are inspections that we do. The Conservation Trust, all of this is within 100 feet. The Conservation Trust has jurisdiction over these properties right now. That doesn't change if it goes to Conscom. The only thing that would happen is, again, we're adding some protection to the properties, and we're doing inspections. These aren't that critical because they're so busy over there, but we'll be adding yearly inspections to the property. So I'll stop there.
Do we want to go to the other ones as well, or how do you want to do this, Mr. Chair?
If you want to.
Well, let's do these ones first. I mean, I think that the matter, is it separate votes for each lot? Or we?
No, I'm sorry. We're presenting this as one article, and then
so let's just
the
deal
other
with this one.
3 lots as a separate article.
Okay. So let's just deal with this one. Okay. So would anybody like to go first here? Helen?
Yes, couple things. This bit of land got a huge amount of scrutiny when I was on the Shellfish Committee. To a greater extent than we're doing now or have done up until now. And there are a couple things about it. If you don't get in the way, if you don't erode it, don't cut into it, don't wear down parts of it, it gets built up by the wind and the waves. That's, why it's there in the first place. It protects Chipman's Cove. It protects a whole part of the harbor, not just because it has the jetty sticking out of it. And when I was thinking about this request from Open Space, I suddenly realized that this is all going to be, this bit of land, even if we were nowhere around it and not using it at all, was going to get heavily compromised in the next 20, 30, 40 years by sea level rise. And I think we should do everything we can to have it protected, have it not eroded beyond what would happen because of wind and waves, so that it's maintained as an access for people to be able to get to their shellfishing grants without having to do it with a boat for as long as possible. So any measures that can be taken to have that access be very dedicated and not moved away from, which the Conservation Commission can help with, is not going to restrict, obviously. We should support that, because there's an awful lot of shellfishing going on with people doing it from that spit of land, and it will be compromised because of sea level rise. And it would be compromised.
Okay, Helen, you're coming up. Here.
Thank you.
Okay.
By the way, I'm timing myself. Okay.
Hey, that's
Thank
fine,
you.
Helen. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to keep the meeting moving along. I think, did Justine or Ryan, you had your hand up next?
All right. So I have two concerns with these properties. One is with 239, it includes actively fished shellfish beds. And you're putting that resource under the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission. And they could consider the shellfish as a resource. Their current rules and regs for land under their care and custody prohibits the illegal taking of wildlife, which, clams and oysters are considered wildlife. There is also currently, which isn't really applicable to these properties, is that the Conservation Commission also bans motorized vehicles of any kind. But my other concern is primarily with Lot 80, and what's happening at this road is that there's significant scouring happening at 82.1, which is right here. And this section of the coastline is retreating rapidly. And we're looking at the likelihood that in the near future, this road will be compromised going out to Indian Neck. And the Conservation Commission will not allow any sort of construction of roadways across land under their care and custody, or any coastal adaptations, even though I generally agree that coastal structures are a negative, which is what is causing the scouring that's happening at this location is from the seawalls in front of it. But we're looking at, in the near term that this road could be compromised and we might need to relocate a portion of the road onto Lot 80. And those are my concerns with these two properties. Thank you.
Justina?
Yes, I think Ryan put it very clearly. Conservation Commission doesn't have a mandate to protect and further our shellfishing industry, which employs 25% of Wellfleet's working age population in a town where we really don't have that many jobs. So I think we now have a select board that's sensitive to shellfishing, and we're sensitive to conservation issues. And I think that we shouldn't give committees and commissions roles that aren't in their mandate. They're not a shellfishing committee. And as Ryan said, this is an area that, and Helen said, this is an area that it has to do with shellfishing in one way or another. So I support what Ryan has so eloquently stated.
Okay, I will just say this, that this goes sort of beyond, this is a sort of principle for me as far as town-owned land and the role of Conservation Commission, and I'm yet to hear a compelling argument why the custody of these properties needs to be transferred into CONSCOM when they already have jurisdiction to enforce the wetland protection rules that are in place right now, as well as the local regulations that they have made stricter than the Wetlands Protection Act. So in other words, these properties are protected by Conservation Commission rules and regulations. What they cannot do on these properties right now is to further restrict them based on rules that they set on their own on their own land that they have custody over. So yes, maybe access is not restricted by our current Conservation Commission, but that does not mean that in 20 or 30 years, those issues could change. You've said 82 is a buildable lot. By transferring that into CONSCOM custody, that would never be able to be constructed, and I'm in no way saying that it should be, but I do think that that decision should lie with the select board and not with the Conservation Commission. Once these lands are transferred into the custody of Conservation Commission, they have the ability to block access if they choose to. They can restrict vehicle access. They can put up fences. They have regulatory authority. They're a regulatory agent. They're a regulatory body. So I am just fundamentally opposed to doing this because I do not see a compelling argument to transfer these when they already have the protections provided by the CONSCOM and the Wetlands Protection Act and all of the regulations that CONSCOM has passed in jurisdiction of these sensitive coastal areas. So I am not in support of transferring these. Anyone else?
Yep.
I don't see a hand up.
Mike?
Yep.
Mine is.
Oh, okay, I see your Helen. Okay, go ahead, Helen.
Yeah. So respectfully, and I'm listening to what everybody's saying, and I've had these thoughts too. Why do it? Ryan said two things that, forgive me, Ryan, they're incorrect. The CONSCOM cannot prevent the legal taking of shellfish. That's not their call. The Conservation Commission, and this was true for years, as far as I know, and still is true, although some people may have forgotten it, grant permission regularly to people to drive their vehicles on beaches all over town to access their grants. I've seen it on a permit, okay? I've eyeballed it back in the day, years ago. I imagine it's still going on. When I asked somebody on the CONSCOM about whether or not putting it in the management, under the management of Conservation Commission, when I asked them, well, could you stop that? He said, no. You have to agree, and we have shellfish regulations about how you're allowed to drive on a beach. They're very specific, and people break them sometimes, unfortunately. But CONSCOM is not standing in the way of this. And I would be much more apt to think that there could be very soon, sooner than a Conservation Commission would change, a rogue select board who would not be in support of, keeping this open for use the way it is now, which is good. People can access their grants. It's kind of a park-like situation too. It's a nice place to go. I think it would be much more apt to happen, a misuse of it and mistreatment of this bit of land by select board, a different select board, not us, than it would be a different CONSCOM. That's my thought about it. So I'm on the fence about this, but I have a question through you, Mike, to anybody. Is Danny still with us? He probably isn't, but this is something that if Open Space wanted to have as a petitioned article, they could do it. I don't like that. I mean, I think that we should support it and put it on the warrant and let the people decide about it, Mike and Ryan and everybody. I think this is a decision for the people here, not just for us. I would be up for putting it on the warrant. I'm not sure that I would vote for it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Denny, go ahead.
Yeah, the question before you is to whether to place the article, not necessarily whether you support it or not. You have plenty of opportunity to respond to that issue. And as Helen is suggesting, the idea that this should be put in front of the people is what we're trying to do. The other comment is all the access is at the north end of that point. The Open Space Committee is not recommending changing of those, and these certainly are high-value conservation properties. So having the additional care and custody of the Conservation Commission, to me, is of use. The properties are inspected annually, and I'm not sure that you can say that for all of your properties. Amen.
Okay. Do we have anything else? Can we call the question whether to place these on the warrant? And then are we voting to?
Bruce has his hand up, Mike.
Bruce, okay, I don't see it on here. They're not coming to the top for some reason. Nancy, Bruce, and then Nancy. Go ahead.
I really hear where people are coming from. And again, just to say that from my perspective, putting this in, Conscom has jurisdiction now. There's nothing that gets lost. The other, though, that I just wanted to touch base on is on 82. I don't think there's anybody in this room that wants to see a house go up there. And one of the things that we're saying is one of the ways to see that that doesn't happen is to put this in conservation protection. That's the only thing I have to say.
Sure. I wasn't referring to a house. I'm just going to quickly say, I was referring to the fact that, like, if the town wanted to put restroom facilities or something like that on that piece of property, it may be able to. I don't know. That has not been a feasible study, I don't think. But if it's a buildable lot, I would think that the town may have use for it. I don't know. Nancy?
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So I think this is a really good discussion. I am learning a lot. I honestly feel like it should be put on the town warrant. And I want to hear directly, there's nobody on the call tonight from the Conservation Commission. And I think that some of the, important questions that have been brought up, I'd like to hear it from the horse's mouth. When I think about parcel 82, what if the town got in absolutely dire financial straits and really had no other choice but to sell something like that? I don't know. But Ryan's point about not being able to save the road is another good point. And I guess I'd want to learn a little bit more about it. And maybe we do that at town meeting, or maybe we do that, in another select board meeting. I don't know. But my first glance at this and at Shellfish Advisory, we spend a very good deal of time on it. I didn't see the problem. Hold on one second. Right. I didn't see the problem, but I enjoy this discussion and I want to learn. I don't think it's a problem for access. There's no vehicle access in any of these places right now. You can absolutely fish there, and people fish there all the time, and they fish in the WCT area below, and they fish in the WCT area and the Conscom areas on the western side. It's just like if somebody doesn't have a permit, well, that's our job to make sure that nobody without a permit is harvesting. Hold on, I made a couple of notes. Let me just look at them again. I think I covered what I wanted to say. I guess I would like to learn more, but I don't see the harm, but I would want to hear from Conscom what the pros and the cons would be under their ownership, if you will. The other thing that came up today was the story in the Boston Globe about ocean acidification. And one thing that we learned in Constable School last year or the year before was how salt marshes actually help reduce ocean acidification. And so anything that we can do in Wellfleet Harbor to protect and safeguard our salt marshes, to me, is very important, because we have, like you said, a $7 million industry that depends on it. And we are going to be faced with ocean acidification issues, certainly. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay. Bruce, is your hand?
I think it just didn't get taken down.
Okay. Ryan, I think we are at the point where we can call the question here. Ryan, do you have something new to add?
Yeah. So I'm just thinking that there's other ways that we could achieve similar results rather than transferring something into the care and custody of Conservation Commission. We could put a deed restriction on the properties specifying that they can only be used for certain purposes, without transferring their care and custody to a different regulatory board or body. And that's all I have to add with that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would just point out again that all these areas are under the protection of the Wetlands Protection Act and the Conservation Commission. So we don't lose those protections. We have them right now. What we lose is care and custody under the select board. Basically, there's current rules under the Conservation Commission, and they can craft, I've already stated this, they can craft rules of their own based on what criteria they set forth. And at that point, the select board really has no jurisdiction over it once we do this. That's all I have to say. Okay, Janet?
A small factor, but possibly important in the future, is that with dredging and getting funding for dredging from the state, they want us to prove that we are maintaining our harbor, maintaining our beaches, maintaining our fishing industry, shellfishing industry, and saving these wetlands is a big part of that. So that would be a plus. And then I will also again remind everyone, we're just voting to put this on the town warrant.
Sure.
Mike, I have some language for that if you want me to read it for a motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Call the question here.
And, you know, maybe we'll vote it down tonight, maybe we won't. I move to place the articles to transfer care, custody, and management of 3 properties on Assessor's Map 28, parcels 80, 82, and 239 to the Conservation Commission, or to do or act anything thereon. That's not a recommendation.
No.
We're actually, the motion is to place it on town meeting as a town meeting article. It's not even to transfer.
Oh, to place
it on town meeting article.
Well, I move to place the articles to transfer care, custody, and management of 3 properties on map 28, parcels 80, 82, and 239 on the annual town meeting warrant for the purpose of, or to do or act anything thereon. I left out some words there because they were clumsy and not necessary.
Okay.
So this is just to put it on the warrant.
Do I have a second?
I would second that.
Okay, roll call vote.
Janet, aye.
Gina, nay.
Brian, nay.
Michael, nay.
Helen, aye.
The motion fails 3-2. Okay, on to the next parcels.
Next parcels?
Yep, there's 3.
Huh?
Yeah, there's 3 different.
We just voted not to put any of them on there.
No,
these
on
are
Indian
different.
Neck, there's another 2 articles.
Oh, oops. Where is
One
that?
One
Well,
article.
it's up on the screen, Helen, but we didn't, it wasn't included in our packet.
No, it wasn't.
So I wonder if we
Can even do it.
can do it.
What was the agenda?
Was it
item?
posted online?
Let me look at the agenda item.
Yeah, we can do it. It's articles for annual town meeting, open space committee. That's very generic.
Okay. Yeah, we can do it. Okay, well, I'm glad the maps are up here. Okay, Bruce?
Okay, these 3 properties, map 30, parcel 186, is a 2.06 acre wetlands marsh property in Blackfish Creek abutting conservation lands owned by the Wellfleet Conservation Commission and the Mass Audubon Society. Parcel 188 is a 1.59 acre wetlands marsh in Blackfish Creek near the same Wellfleet Conservation Trust and Audubon Conservation land. And map 42, parcel 137, is a 3.26 acres of wetlands marsh that abuts town-owned Bayberry Hill Conservation Land and trail property off Lieutenant Island Road. So these are all strictly wetland marsh properties that we're looking to move to Conscom care.
Okay, Helen, do you have your hand up still? Or is that?
Oh, sorry. No, I don't. I forgot.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ryan?
Yes, I'm fine with these largely. The only thing that I'm wondering is if one of them might contain a common landing or not. Because if one contains a common landing, it creates a jurisdictional dispute. Because common landings fall exclusively under the authority of the Select Board or City Council under Chapter 88 of Massachusetts General Law. So I'm just wondering if one of them contains a common landing or not. I think otherwise they're fine.
Do we know, Bruce?
I don't believe so, but I can't say that definitively. Certainly the Bayberry does not, and the furthest out piece in Blackfish Creek does not. The only one that would be a possibility is 3188. I don't believe there is one, but I looked at the Echeverria properties, but I don't actually remember, unfortunately, with the.
Huh?
Justina?
Oh, I was just wondering if we could get that confirmed on the 3186 before we voted. Or if that's the one, whatever one that Bruce said he wasn't sure on. Otherwise, I'm fine with it. I don't want to vote on it if we don't know for sure on the public landing.
Okay.
I'm trying to look it up on the town map, but I'm not going that fast.
Should we vote on it next meeting?
Can we do that, please?
Yeah, we can do that. Is that the hang up on here? I mean, I still have hang ups generally about transferring land into Conscom when they already have jurisdiction to it. I fail to see the necessity of it.
You mean in terms of consistency of principle?
Just generally, I don't see the necessity of transferring the custody of it to Conservation Commission when they have the jurisdiction over the protection of the property through their mandate of the Wetlands Protection Act, as well as the local regulations that they've made more strict than, and have the ability to make more strict. I've yet to hear a compelling argument to me that there's a necessity to transfer the custody of these of land into Conservation Commission.
Didn't Ryan say that, excuse me for speaking without being recognized, didn't Ryan say it's not what other towns do?
No other town does it this way.
I can't
Maybe it's
confirm
time
that. I don't know. I just don't understand the necessity of it.
Well, maybe it's a time for a look at the principle, the underlying principle.
I mean, I would say if there was no Wetlands Protection Act and we had no protections of these properties, then it would make much more sense to me to transfer the custody into them. But the jurisdiction's there. I mean, I'm still stuck on it. So Denny, you have your hand up and Bruce has his hand up. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, my only comment is, wouldn't you like to hear what the public has to say on this issue? I mean, I understand what you're saying, Mike. And there is some logic. I can't contest that at all. But I think it would be nice to have a more wide open discussion, including the Conservation Commission.
Yep.
I would be
The
open.
only things that I would add is, again, some of the properties, those Indian Neck properties, realistically, they get busy enough out there that people see what's going on. Some of these marsh properties that are out of the way don't get inspected on a regular basis. If they go into conscom protection, they will be. The other thing that you gain, and again, these are not, with the question of 188, these properties are purely marsh properties. When the draft harbor management plan came out, it said, we're going to look at, creating more marsh, essentially. Here's pristine marsh, beautiful areas of marsh that exist. Why wouldn't we put these into protection? I hear people, but I really, from my perspective, you get some, they get inspected, and particularly these ones that are out of the way, will get looked at. And there's a layer of protection that isn't there beforehand. For the Indian Neck, I absolutely understand where people are coming from. With these, frankly, I don't. It doesn't make sense to me not to put these in conservation.
Bruce, I have a question for you. Can Conservation Commission go and inspect any land under their jurisdiction at any time, if they so choose?
They could. What this does, though, is we have a system at the DPW where there are books that talk about all the properties that are that list all the properties that are in conservation. And we every year, and we're conscientious about it, do get out and inspect the properties and look for dumping, and occasionally there is some, look for trash, etc.
Let me butt in here, Mike. The Conservation Commission cannot go on private property without the property owner's permission. They can petition it and they can gain access by legal matters, but otherwise it requires permission of the property owner. So they don't have access otherwise.
So the town of Wellfleet could grant access to Conscom to allow them to inspect all properties under their jurisdiction.
Under whose jurisdiction?
Under the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission. Whether they have custody or not, they have jurisdiction over it. The town could grant permission to Conservation Commission to inspect all properties under their jurisdiction without transferring custody.
If you get the Conscom to agree to that.
Okay, I'm just asking the questions.
No, I understand where you're coming from, but I wanted to clarify about private property there.
Yep. I think Helen has her hand up, or I'm not sure who was first here.
I haven't spoken yet.
Go ahead, Janet, please.
So I understand what everybody's saying and, the fears, the land use, but the Open Space Committee, if I recall, was started because Conscom, town employees, et cetera, didn't necessarily have the time to take care of these lands. And by taking care of them, it's not restricting them, but as Denny just said, it's that checking on them to make sure there isn't dumping, there isn't, I'm not going to tell you the story I just heard, but I guess I will, but that people abutting marshes have gone in, and cleared the marshes so that they have more land on their property. That used to happen more in the past. So it's not like the Open Space Committee has, I just don't see the push here. And again, all they're asking is to bring it to town meeting. And yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Well, I would be supportive of voting to put this on the warrant. Sorry, I jumped out of turn. Go ahead, Ryan.
That's fine. No, you have the right to jump out of turn.
I know, but I like to try and make sure I don't talk between everybody. We just made
Yeah. But we could, and as far as whether there's a town landing on 188, we could bring that up at town meeting.
Yeah. Okay. So Ryan, you're up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go slightly off topic, and that's, maybe the town should consider inspecting all of the vacant land owned by the town on a semi-regular basis to make sure it's not being misused in general. But that's all. Thank you.
Helen?
No. I mean, I don't have anything to say at this point. Thank you.
Okay, Nancy?
Thank you. For all of these things, I think there's so many good points here, and I feel like I really want to understand. Mike, when you say that all these, that the Conservation Commission has jurisdiction, okay, that makes me feel really comfortable then. But I want to know what the difference is between having jurisdiction and having ownership. Like, that needs to be clear for me, even just as a citizen of the town, but certainly as the Shellfish Constable, to understand, what rights do they have and what rights do we have? And I don't feel we've answered that here. And honestly, I think that the decision not to put it on the ballot, I wish we could just wait until we hear directly from them. I would like to learn this. I think we all should learn it so we know. And I hope that, I could certainly try and look into this 3188. If it's a landing, it doesn't look familiar. It's certainly nothing that we patrol. However, we do not want to lose access. And this department is fighting and taking everything into consideration. We are working in partnership with Audubon and Open Space and, a bunch of different homeowners associations to try and figure out ways to maintain access in perpetuity for our shellfishing community, commercial and recreational. So I just feel like I have unanswered questions and I don't know how to solve that, but I'm going to urge you to maybe get the CONSCOM to come in and explain it so that we know what we're talking about. Thank you.
Justina?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of questions. It's complex, but it's the select board's job to take certain decisions, which we've done. And we don't take them lightly. It's not the Shellfish Department, it's the Conservation Commission Department. So it's not even a department, it's the volunteers. So I think that while they do excellent work and are necessary for lots and lots of wetlands protection and marsh inspection, there's certain sensitive lands that maybe it's better to hold off on transferring them. And I think that the select board doesn't take its decisions lightly, but that's what we did tonight, is take some decisions. And so we're moving right along to these decisions of lot 186 and 188. I think it's a question of whether or not we want to vote on it with having the facts about the landing, or whether we want to push it to next meeting. But I'll defer to the chair.
I think I'm comfortable putting this area on the warrant. I guess I'm uncomfortable transferring land custody of land generally, unless there's a real need to do so, and that's where I don't see it. But this area, I think I'd be comfortable placing on the warrant for town meeting. The other area with a buildable lot and the road issue, I wasn't comfortable with that. But it's going to be up to the board if we want to take a vote tonight or find out about that landing, but we could always find that out at town meeting also.
Before, yeah. I would move to place this on the town meeting warrant.
Helen, second.
Okay, roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Dina, nay.
Brian, I.
Michael, aye.
Helen, I. And it's the three different, through you to Rebecca. Rebecca, it's three different lots.
Parcels, yeah.
Correct.
Also,
So
Yes,
we
I've
vote
made
to
note. Thanks,
recommend
Helen.
now? Are we voting to recommend?
No,
No.
No.
We'll do that later.
yeah.
Yeah.
Now, so the motion carries 4-1 on that one. Bigger Hill parcel to conservation. Was I wrong about that, Ryan?
I think that was all included as one article. Is that right, Bruce?
That is correct.
Oh, I did not realize that second map was part of that. Well, it's done. Let's move on.
All right. And Rebecca, I'm going to stop the screen share here.
Okay, I'll go back to my little screen thing.
Yep.
Oh, hello.
Okay. All right, sorry about
Let me just move it to where you were, because of course it starts from the very beginning. There you go.
Fuel tank.
Okay, the fuel tank. All right, so we're getting on to 9 o'clock now. So I'm going to have Will, and do we have the engineer here?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Why don't I pass the mic to you and you can pass it to him?
Sure. I'd like to introduce to the board Dan Robbins. He's our engineer for GEI. He's going to be introducing a slideshow of the fuel tank for us to show you what it's going to be and have some answers for you. I think he has to do a screen share as well, though.
Yeah, I do have to do a screen share.
All right, hang on 1 second. Okay, you're all set. Go ahead.
It's saying the host disabled the participant screen sharing.
Oh, hang on 1 sec. Nope, you should be able to do it. There you go. Try it now.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Select Board, thank you for having us join you this evening. On behalf of Will Sullivan and myself, Dan Robbins, the engineer from GEI, we're here today to discuss the Wellfleet fuel station and at the marina, and discuss a couple of different options for locations of that and where we currently stand. As a little bit of history, there have been fuel stations at the marina for a significant period of time. I believe that the first underground storage tank was installed around 1960, at least from the records that we have. And then the current fuel tanks were installed in 1987. They're reaching towards the end of what would be a typical useful service life of them. And so we've been tasked with designing a new fuel storage facility for the tanks. There's currently two different types of fuel that are stored. There's 4,000 gallons of diesel, and then there are 6,000 gallons of gasoline that can be stored. They're currently stored underground, and the current location of them is located underneath the concrete mattress, directly located near the site. We, in our tasking, have looked at the regulations for both above and underground storage tanks. We understand that the board's preference is to look at above ground storage tanks as a preference, but I also thought it would be useful in those discussions to understand what some of the advantages and disadvantages of both are. And so from an underground storage tank facility, the advantages of that would basically mean that once the tank is installed, if you've got any significant events that were to occur, flooding or hurricanes, having the tanks underground protects them more from obstructions and debris that would be potentially flowing over the site. Whereas if they're above ground, you would potentially have impacts on the tank. Tanks that are above ground, they're more readily visual. And so if you did have any loss of fuel or anything like that, you would potentially see that being in an above ground tank. So just wanted to kind of highlight, a couple of those advantages and disadvantages. Additionally, underground, you would have less strikes from electricity or something of that nature than you would in an above ground tank. So just wanted to kind of highlight a couple of those points. What we are looking at doing with the site is currently the fuel is located underground, and it goes down onto the floating dock where it's dispensed. And so we're looking at actually having all of the dispensing equipment up on shore above, and then you would just have the hoses that would drop down onto the fuel tank. And so by doing that, we eliminate a significant area that would potentially have to be maintained on an annual basis as the floating docks are put in and out. And so basically what we'd be looking at there is putting all of the dispensers, the fuel hoses, and the dispensing nozzles all up on land, and then eventually they would just drop down at the hose when they actually needed to have a dispensing. And that could be down there. We can kind of coordinate that so they would be down on a daily basis, but then ultimately raised back up and secured for evenings when it's not in use. So looking at the different sites that we have looked at, the first one that I wanted to present, and this would be our preferred option, would be, it's actually located between Max and the Shellfish building. And so it would be located within this piece of property here. Our setbacks that are required for regulations are 15 feet from adjacent property lines. And then it can be no closer than 5 feet from a building or a public way. So we've created a couple of models of what this would potentially look like as we walk around the site. As you can see here, this would be located between the buildings. It would have a dispensing station located right here at the facility. One of the items that we were tasked with looking at is providing fuel for municipal vehicles as well, and being able to have some coordination with that. So this would be a gasoline dispensing station with a self-service reader associated with it. So it would be fully able to be conducted unmanned. Looking at it kind of from the L pier, as you will see here, and we step down onto kind of an eye level of what this would potentially look like. So you're going to see that it has to step out a little bit from in between the buildings, and that's due to the setbacks that are required off of property lines. Again, looking at it basically from where the existing fuel tanks are currently, you're going to see here that there's still ample space for walking around, being able to get into both of the buildings. There are some stairs that come down here, so having walkway access there is going to be maintained. We do have yellow bollards that would be placed around it to protect it from any vehicle intrusions. This would be basically looking when you walk out of the out onto the deck at Max, looking over towards the Shellfish building. So that's option one. And then option two would basically be placing it in place of the existing tanks that are currently located. With this option, what you would be having is the fuel tanks that are currently here, this being removed. And actually in both instances, the fuel tanks that are existing would be removed. That's required by the codes. So no matter what, the existing fuel tanks, if they were replaced, or if you were to go with an above ground tank, your existing ones would be removed from this site. Looking at it from an aerial view, as you can see, it's located within the middle of the parking lot. It's going to have kind of pretty easily be able to be driven up to. We would put the fuel dispensing station on the long side of the tank here versus on one of the ends. Getting down to a visual of what it would look like as you enter into the parking lot, you're going to see here we are starting to obstruct some views of the marina, as well as when you're walking, you're going to see it here in the middle of the parking lot. So these are some of the options why we would prefer, and the preference would be basically to put it between the buildings where it kind of hides it, and you don't have as much of an obstructed view. But you know, we definitely look for your opinions as well on what that would look like and what your preferences are. So looking at site views of what would be required currently, we're at our preliminary design phase here, looking at the different options of the tanks. Once we select an option, we'll work towards finalizing that and coordinate with the State Fire Marshal's office on the next steps there. So within the site, what is going to be required is basically putting a sheeting around the existing tanks to excavate them out and be able to contain that soil. That soil would likely have to be tested. We don't have any reason to believe that it is contaminated. There's a monitoring system that's involved with any underground fuel storage tank that is very sensitive to any spills that occur. And so those tanks would be removed. We would remove the underground fuel lines that go to the dispensers currently. And then that would be all backfilled. Additionally, if it was to go between the buildings, we would have an area here that would be removed with a concrete pad installed. And then there would be a saw cut of the pavement for installation of the new fuel lines. As I discussed earlier, we were looking at having the fuel dispensers actually located on shore versus down on the floating docks, as they do currently. So looking at a new system, what you have is this area would be restored. So the sheeting would be removed. The concrete that's there and the guardrails would all be removed, and it would be restored to a parking lot area. The fuel tank would be installed between the buildings, and then the pipes would run over towards the bulkhead, where you would have 2 dispensers. This is about what one of the tanks would look like. And so this is a section view with a cutout of the different layers to it. And so basically what these concrete above ground storage tanks consist of is a steel tank. And then there is basically like a styrofoam, closed cell styrofoam. And then there is a polyethylene secondary storage that is installed. And so that's what holds, so you have a dual containment within it. And then exterior of that is concrete. And the concrete is really just a protection on the tank. So all of your fuel storage is all in the interior. The concrete, which is reinforced concrete, basically just creates a protective coating on the outside of the tank. As far as the fuel dispensers and how this portion of the equipment would go, which would be located near the bulkhead, you would have a fuel dispenser. There'll be one for gasoline, and then there'll be one for diesel. You'll have your hose reels. This is where the hose would be able to be dropped down onto the floating dock to fuel a vessel. It's very similar to any gasoline fueling station for your vehicles, except it's got a longer hose to it. And then this box here is a self-service fuel paying facility. And so what this allows is for credit cards to be operated, as well as municipal cards could also be used within this system. It creates there's a software that's associated with this, and that software tracks all of the fuel usage, who's purchased the fuel, and also keeps track of the quantities that are still remaining within the tank for ordering purposes. This here just provides some of what the different fuel mechanism software would look like for that. Another thing to point out with this self-service reader, and these are used, I've used them at a couple of different fuel facilities for marinas. They're very heavily used as well in aviation as a self-service facility. So they're meant for being used outdoors and used where there isn't, somebody necessarily always available for service. And so that's kind of a summary of what the fuel system would look like. One option, I didn't have a picture of it included here, but for the fuel hoses, there are some stainless steel boxes that can go over those hoses as well. And those can create some ability for the hose to actually be protected and secured in times when that would not necessarily be in use. And, if you wanted to have them shut down for evening use, that could be an option. And then finally, as far as costs go, estimated cost for construction is about $460,000. The fuel management system can run up to about $1,500 annually. There's a cost for the software that gets maintained. And then there's also a cost, and I understand that, this would be an optional cost, but they've got an option where you can get basically a cellular connection so that it always has enough service there, and that costs about $500 a year associated with that. And then for remaining regulatory and construction phase, it's estimated that there's probably about $30,000 to $35,000 for the permitting and construction safe services engineering associated with that. So all in told, you're looking at about $500,000 for an updated fuel system here. And with that, I know I just threw a lot of information at you. We'll open up for questions.
Okay. I'll have Ryan, why don't you go first?
Okay. What's the capacity of the current tanks?
So the current tanks, there is a total capacity of 10,000 gallons that is split 60% gasoline, 6,000 gallons, and then 4,000 gallons of it are diesel fuel.
And what is the capacity of the new tanks?
So we'd be looking at a similar size tank, about 10,000 gallons, potentially up towards 12,000. It really would depend on the space that we've got to be able to work within there. We wouldn't want to go any lower than what you've got currently on your tank out there. And I've had some conversations on, what the quantity of fuel we would anticipate from municipal vehicle use would be. We don't see that as being a significant driver necessarily on the size of the tanks.
Okay, because I know that the department heads were concerned about ensuring that there's adequate capacity of the new tanks to service their vehicles as well. And then,
well, do you recall? I want to say that we'd estimated about 1,500 gallons or so.
Okay, and then, so what does it look like from a boater's perspective? Like, will they still be pulling up to a fuel dock and fueling there, or would I don't know.
Yeah. So they would still pull up to a fuel dock. On that fuel dock, and you could have it set up basically how it looks today, where you've got your dispenser hose that is there held on the dock. But instead of having the fuel lines that run all the way down along the dock and go down along the gangway, it would just be the dispenser hose that would be over the bulkhead and secured there.
Okay, and how long are the hoses?
They come in a variety of sizes. We'd size them appropriately, but you can figure that they're probably going to be about 75 feet in hose. Okay,
so would it be long enough to reach the commercial boats?
If that is a desire, then we can definitely kind of talk about that. And they're going to be using mostly diesel. We can look at where we site the diesel dispenser. That would make that, more viable.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question here. What would be the cost difference of being in an underground tank situation and above ground? Is there much difference there?
There actually is not a significant difference there. Because in both situations, you still have to remove the existing underground storage tanks.
Right.
And so the underground storage tanks, no matter what have to move, the cost of the overall system still is relatively similar.
Now, what about tank size? Would we be able to fit a larger tank in an underground situation?
Yeah, so underground tanks, we can fit, a similar size tank in both locations. An underground tank could be a larger tank there that wouldn't intrude as much into the public access ways. They're basically in front of the buildings, where currently with a 10,000 gallon tank, it totals out at being about 28 feet long for the tank itself.
Okay, and so safety issues, failure rates. Any real difference between in the failure rates of an underground tank and an above ground tank?
No, there really aren't. As far as underground versus above ground tanks go, they both now require to be dual wall tanks. And so, a current underground tank that you're going to have is going to have basically 2 levels of fiberglass on it with an annular space that actually gets monitored. So if there was a leak, there's a detection mechanism within that will monitor and set off alarms.
Okay, one more question. Sort of safety, as far as safety, above ground tank, below ground tank, exposure to floods, tornadoes. We have had tornadoes on the Cape recently. Those types of issues. Would you agree that it's probably safer for the tank to be underground in that situation, or rather than above ground if there were, say, a tornado coming through?
Yeah, from that perspective, it is going to be a little bit safer to be in an underground tank versus an above ground tank. The above ground tanks are designed to have, substantial blows to them, and they typically will they do a bunch of testing on those tanks. I don't have specifics on what those are, but they do create basically explosions directly adjacent to them, and they have to meet certain standards.
And what about potential tampering with the tanks, or terrorism, or anything like that? Like as far as explosive devices, something like that.
It would have to be a pretty substantial explosive device that you would have based on the way that they design those tanks. Like I said, they design them to have significant blasts conducted on the exterior of the tanks there.
Well, that was pretty much the questions I have, and then I'll just make a statement that I have been skeptical of the idea of using above ground tanks since this conversation began. I never really fully understood the logic behind it, and also the sight line, the amount of available space that is utilized, as well as the fact that we have a very small amount of excess space on our marina right now. The idea that we would put above ground tank without any safety benefits or an improved failure rate does not make much sense to me. And I will leave it at that. I don't know what position we have to alter that decision at this point, but I think it falls to the select board in the end, how we place this. But I would urge the town to consider placing the tank below ground, given all the information that we have. And I will pass the microphone on to Justina.
Yeah, Mr. Robbins, I know when you came in, you indicated your firm had done a specification for an above ground tank because we had requested it. Does your firm routinely take a position on above ground versus below ground tanks?
We really don't. I've done both, and it's really a preference of the location, and above ground tanks. You can install them a little bit quicker if you have not had an underground tank in location. Being that there's underground tanks, we're already going to have to do the excavation work out there.
Right.
So, from that perspective, there's not a significant difference.
For many of your clients, does it come down to visual decisions or just?
It definitely can. It's a large tank. The tank that's pictured here in this photo would be, it's about 29 feet long, 8.5 feet wide, and about 9 feet tall.
So some might use the word eyesore?
Some might use the word eyesore, yes.
Well, for those that need fuel, I'm sure it would be a blessed sight. Okay, so I wanted to ask if your firm took a position, but you did mention on the beginning of your presentation that in terms of floods and hurricanes and lightning, there's some protection from being below ground.
There is. They do make above ground tanks very, very resistant there. And that's why they've got the concrete reinforcing on the exterior of them.
So they're built to withstand a vehicle backing into a big, substantial truck backing into them and so forth.
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you.
One thing to also mention, because you mentioned floods there, in either instance, the tank would have to be secured based on the flood zone that this is in. It's going to have to be designed so that it is fully restrained in it, so it can't float away.
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, basically, so in an above ground tank, you're going to be secured to the concrete mat there, holding it down. In an underground tank, where it's basically a fiberglass tank, they literally strap it, and it would have a concrete weight on the bottom of it so that it won't float up.
Thank you.
Okay, Helen.
Yeah, a couple things. So what this is coming down to, you said, well, I did the addition. It's $494,485 with a roughly 6.5 contingency percentage, 20% roughly. I don't know. You have it as 20%. What was the appropriation by town meeting? Through you to Maria? Does anybody know? Will, do you know what the appropriation the town meeting voted was?
I believe it was 500,000.
Okay, so we're good with that. Mike, we actually went over this last time and Ryan read the article. There was a lot of deliberation by this board, and I think Janet was there already, about above ground or below ground. And we decided very carefully, talking about a lot of the things you're bringing up and so forth, to have it above ground. One of the reasons I wanted it above ground, after listening to people who knew more about this than I did, is that it's farther away from the resource, from the water. And if there's a leak or something, it's much easier to clean up. And that's a huge thing. That's the first thing, or the second thing. The third thing is, I like the spot. It's sheltered. There are higher buildings above it, so lightning strikes are less apt to happen. And to protect it from the wind and so forth, there are 3 buildings around it, kind of sheltering it. Justina, I would assume that there would be, those protective yellow columns like we have now around, where that concrete area is where it is now, so that you wouldn't have trucks backing into it, although God knows anything can happen. And I really am glad this is finally going to happen before the season starts. And through you, Mike, to Will, is this going to get done now before we start in for the spring?
That's the goal.
Okay. Thank you.
That is the goal. Regulatory is one of the aspects that's associated there. And so, you never quite know with the regulators how long they're going to take making some decisions. I can tell you that, one of the items that needs to go in front of is the state fire marshal. They typically will make their response there within a month or so.
Ryan Curley?
Yes, it's just a quick question. Will there be any interruption of service with the installation?
Yes, there would be some interruption.
And how long?
I would say that you would have no more than a month. It would probably be less than that. There where, the tanks are going to need to get removed. So it's going to be emptying the tanks, getting them pulled out, all of the fuel line removed, and then the new fuel line installed.
If we did above ground tank, would we be able to do an install before the service is cut off from the pre-existing tanks?
Yeah, so that would be an option to basically install all of the new system and then transfer over.
All right.
Remove the old system.
Justina?
Oh, I see we have Joe Aberdale from Marine Advisory.
Yeah, if everybody's already spoke once, I'd like to get to
I wanted to
get to the other members here in the audience. Chief Polly, I've had your hand up for a while. Go ahead, Chief. I think you're muted. Okay, I'll go to Joe Aberdale and then I'll come back to you, Chief. Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you. I think one consideration that the board needs to address is, would the fuel supply be limited to marina use, or are municipal vehicles going to draw from it as well? And that raises the question of whether or not a 10,000 gallon tank would be adequate, or we would need a larger one. Now, Chief Hurley has shared with us that his department uses 9,000 gallons a year. Okay, so that's one consideration. The other consideration is the size of it and where it would be placed. I mean, it's almost 10 feet tall, it's 30 feet long. And if it were a larger capacity tank, it would be even longer than 30 feet. And I think that raises an issue for discussion of wanting all of that by the harbor freeze and the beach sticker office with large trucks pulling up there to be serviced. I had a conversation with Chief Pauly about the safety element of a below ground tank. And he stated that he had no reservations at all about it being placed underground, because the technology has come so far. So those are some considerations, and the size of it, the safety factor, the fact if it was underground, that that would make it pretty clean around that area, leave more room for parking or other options that you may want to consider.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Chief Pauly, can you unmute yourself? You have your hand up? Your time's out. Okay. All right, Janet.
I just wanted to ask Will Sullivan if he has a preference or anything else.
My biggest concern at this point is getting the tanks replaced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good answer. I'm excited.
Yes, Suzanne Thomas?
Yes, thank you. I have a question about the placement between Max and the Shellfish Beach Sticker building, in that it will be taking up about 4 or 5 existing parking spots. And I was wondering if the corral, the former corral, will be opened up and created as replacement parking for those spots.
Yes.
And I have a second question.
Sure.
Because we're downwind of that all summer, are we going to get fumes from people filling up?
As far as fumes go from filling up, all of the fill up is still going to be, most of the fill up is still going to be occurring over at the fuel docks themselves. And so, the fueling that would be going on at this location would be for municipal vehicles on a much less frequent basis.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Justina, you have your hand up again? Second time?
Yeah, Mr. Alberdale had raised the issue of capacity. It seems that capacity of the tank is limited if it's above ground, which doesn't seem to me good planning for the future if we're spending $500,000 here. And so it seems marginally, in terms of hurricanes and flood type thing, the putting it below ground offers a safety option. Certainly, it's visually more compelling if we don't have to have it above ground. Capacity, it's functionally better. I think the only argument that Helen made was that she doesn't want the potential leak near the resource. So I wondered if Mr. Robbins could speak to whether it would put Wellfleet at risk for a leak near the resource if we buried the tank.
So as far as, resources go, you're going to have the location and proximity to the resource isn't going to be that much different. You're still going to be located very near the water. If you're looking at water table specifically, then it is a little bit higher. However, the technology that is in an underground tank these days, it picks up basically, to the gallon of how much fuel is within there, and so it's very, very sensitive information that is going to highlight any issues that were to arise.
So you would say that the technology minimizes the risk?
I do.
So it's more of a fear than a factual, scientific determination. I would say that was me saying it. So I think that there's, I would have to concur with Chair DeVasto that it's probably better for the town to put it underground.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just a couple of things. One, I know when we were talking about this the last time, there was concern about the specific language from the town meeting approval. So that's that question. Having an environmental background, I actually encourage you to look at underground storage as an option. And then my other is a question for Dan, and if he can show what the vehicle traffic pattern would be if we're going to use this for our vehicles, and where those vehicles would be and just some thoughts about how busy Max gets in the summertime, you know, with a lot of people outside, and, you know, where are these vehicles going to be located in association with these tanks while they're being fueled?
Yeah, so as far as location for fueling goes here, one second. So you'd either have to have a vehicle right in front of it, or potentially off to the side of it that would be fueling.
But they can't drive through. So
Correct.
if we're looking at emergency vehicles and large vehicles, if that's, you know, where the department heads wanted to go, isn't that going to be a pretty big obstruction to the flow of people walking to get to Max?
I can't disagree that there is definitely some obstruction there.
I see the Max location as a traffic flow issue just from a practical standpoint of how busy it gets, you know, having been in that line myself a few times. And do you have safety concerns about that, Dan?
Yeah, I've been there a few times in the summer as well, and, you know, can get, you know, pretty busy. And so having a vehicle that's, you know, trying to fuel right here is definitely causes some challenge.
Like a fire truck.
Like a fire truck.
Yeah, like a fire truck, you know, and you know, considering the discussion last time and the, you know, concern about whether it was going to be above ground or below ground because of what was approved at town meeting, is the board leaning away from that concern right now?
Well, I can tell you that I'm certainly leaning away from that. I was opposed to putting it above ground before hearing from the engineer, and now I am completely opposed to it. Like, I see no reason to put it above ground. We have increased capacity below ground. We have increased safety below ground. We have increased visibility. There's not an obstructive, ugly tank on the harbor. And I don't see any compelling reason to put it above ground. There's no compelling reason to do it. It's the same cost. The traffic flow issue is a huge concern. That area going onto the pier, commercial fishermen going onto the pier, having vehicles line up, municipal vehicles line up to fill up there is going to be a problem. Plus, it's ugly. I mean, we're in one of those beautiful areas in North America, and we're going to stick an above ground tank that's 30 feet long for no good reason. I don't agree with that. So whatever it takes, I think I am for putting it below ground.
And if I may, you know, 95% of the gas stations that you go to fill up your car, those tanks are below ground.
Yeah.
They're
the industry standard.
Yeah, the Convault tanks are amazing technology compared to maybe what people were thinking of before. But having below ground from an environmental background, to me, makes a lot of sense, actually. If you have some catastrophic event that causes one of these tanks to rupture above ground or below ground, that fuel is going to end up in the water. But they don't do that. The technology is so advanced, you know, I would urge you to consider a below ground option.
Michael?
Yeah, I just want to make sure everyone on the board has spoken twice if they'd like to speak twice. I think Helen.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Helen. And then.
Yeah. Question to you, through you to Mr. Robbins. So I'm listening to all of this. I'm thinking about it some more. Mr. Robbins, let's say there's a leak, and I understand everything's got two walls, double walls. Describe the difference between the cleanup process, in other words, how you get what's leaked out of an underground tank situation and, away from an above ground situation. That's a question, and then I have another point to make.
Sure. Well, I'll start off with that. I'm not a environmental engineer, but the general process is that, if you did have an underground storage facility that was to leak, you basically recover that soil, and that soil goes through processing there to remove all of the materials that have leaked out of it.
No, that wasn't my question. It's a double wall thing, so one hopes it doesn't get anywhere near the soil, right?
Correct.
How do you get what's leaked out of that structure as compared to out of the, you have to excavate it basically. And
so you're asking the question of if the tank was to have a leak in it, but only in the primary tank, not in the secondary tank, how would you remove that?
Yeah.
Well, at that point, your tank has failed. And so you're going to be removing all of the fuel out of that tank and having to replace that tank.
Okay. So the second thing is to address what Maria brought up, and we do remember that Ryan read the town meeting article to us the last time we talked about this. I'm not sure, given that it very specifically says it's for an above ground tank, that we can do this without taking it back to town meeting, because this is the same expense, right? It's not more expensive, ballpark. But it's something different than what the voters voted on. And it is quite different, which is why we're debating it. The other thing is, to Ryan's point, if we choose to go underground now, having to change the vote, go back to town meeting and amend the appropriation, we can do that. It just stalls things. If you go with an underground tank, unless it's in a different location, you couldn't do the thing of having the existing tank servicing people's needs while the other one was being built. But maybe that could be addressed by putting it in a new location, the underground tank. That month, particularly in season, given that this is time sensitive, it should have happened a couple of years ago from what we heard then. We're doing pros and cons right now. So that's a con for doing an underground tank, unless it would be located in a different place. Is that possible?
It would be possible.
Sure. Yeah, okay. So there could be the old one working while the new one was being built.
Okay.
And I have a question for Chief Pauly, and then I don't have to say anything else when he answers.
Okay.
How many department vehicles, trucks, and so forth use the marina now to fuel up?
First of all, I have to apologize for my technical difficulties earlier. With respect to using the marina, none of the fire department vehicles use the marina. Having said that, I'd like to make a couple of points, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
First of all, while I'm no longer an underground tank expert, I did work in the Massachusetts State Fire Marshal's office for 3 years in the mid to late 80s, when the whole underground tank issue came to light with corrosion and leaks and a whole bunch of underground storage tank UST issues around the country. The technology now has come so fast and so far with respect to underground tanks. And double wall tanks, double wall piping, interstitial spacing, computer monitoring. I just want the board to be aware of that. I'm not advocating an above ground tank versus an underground tank, but the technology has come so far in 40 years. It's remarkable. My primary concern is the dispensing issue. Having a tank in between 3 wooden buildings with a dispenser for gasoline and diesel is a real concern to mine. When you look at fire and explosion hazards, the majority of those issues or those situations happen in dispensing fuel from the tank through the nozzle to the vehicle. That's where you have car fires, explosions, those types of issues. So my concern really is a tank in between 3 wooden buildings, and it's the dispenser between 3 wooden buildings. And it's already been highlighted tonight about the traffic flow. We all know that area quite well for 3 or 4 months during the year. Having that traffic and trying to dispense gasoline and diesel fuel into a thoroughfare from basically Kendrick Ave to the pier between the beach sticker office and Max Takeout is highly problematic. Never mind about trying to just deal with all of people going left, right, and people in between. So I would ask that the board consider that location. I'm not in favor of that location at all. Having said that, I'll let the board make the decision. Thank you.
Okay, Nancy has not spoken. Nancy's got her hand up. Ryan, I didn't see you.
Yeah, I've already spoken twice. I just have a couple
questions. Let me go to Nancy then right now, and we're getting close to our hour.
My question was just following up on Helen's. I thought I had the same question, but I didn't think I got the answer. And I'm just curious because, again, we're talking about resource, and a spill is going to be a spill no matter where it is. But I'm wondering about if there is a spill, is it easier to clean up underground than it is above ground where it can travel, or it doesn't matter? If there's a spill underground, it's going to be harder to clean up because we can't get to it. So just let's say that fuel is spilled from either of these locations, what's easier to clean up? Thank you.
So again, I'm not the licensed environmental engineer, but if you've got an above ground tank, there you're going to have more ability for that tank fuel to run potentially a further distance than you would underground there, but
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mike?
If I may, you're more likely to have a spill from someone dispensing fuel than you are from a convault tank like this. So the tank itself is not the spill issue, because something really catastrophic would have to happen for this tank to spill. It's a double tank. You're more likely to have a spill and a hazard issue from someone who's actually dispensing fuel, and in which either case it wouldn't matter whether the tank was above ground or below ground. It would be fuel either spilled by someone filling the huge tank or someone filling their vehicle, if that makes any sense.
That was very helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Mike?
Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, quickly.
Try to make it quick at this point.
Just a couple of thoughts. One, the tank and the placement of it is going to be viewed by just about everybody in town, not marina users and boats and so forth. And we all know the havoc that was created when the infamous billboard sign went up down there. So the visual aspect, I think, is an important one. And given the advances we've learned about in the technology, the clean aspect of placing it underground and not interfering with the flow of people traffic and vehicle is also a strong consideration, and leaves that area by Max and the beach sticker office open, not only for parking, but for other options the town may choose to have there.
I have a motion.
Oh, can I just ask one question first?
Yes.
So with a modern below ground tank, can you park on top of it? And would we be able to reclaim?
Sure, as long as you pave it.
Because currently, the current tank, you cannot park on top of since it was installed. So could we have additional parking on the pier if we had a below ground tank?
We have about another 6 spaces. Corral has about 6 spaces in it, don't you think?
Yes. At least. Can we hear that from the engineer, whether you can park on this tank?
Yeah, so you'd want to have a structural slab over the top of it there to be able to span the tanks. But it is something that is very frequently done. We all drive over the tanks every time we fill up our vehicles.
Yep. Okay, that's what I suspected also.
Yep.
So I have a motion.
I move to approve the fuel tank.
Well, actually,
system.
Janet, I was going to change the motion.
Okay.
So I was going to say I move to approve the fuel tank system to be below ground in its current location at the pier.
Second.
Hold on, Mike, you should add, after asking town council if we can do that without going to town meeting. I think we probably can, but we may not.
I would say that I would like to make this motion as it stands, and then whatever it takes to make that happen is what we do.
Yes.
That's how I would prefer to do it.
Would that include a service interruption if we do it in the same location?
I think it would, but I think if we didn't do it in the same location, it would cost substantially more.
Yes.
To locate a tank where
excavate.
So in that case, I would say that the cost outweighs the disruption.
Convenience, yeah.
I mean, that's the.
So, yeah. Mike, let me understand the motion then. In other words, if it turns out, if we approve the underground tanks now,
mm-hmm.
and it turns out, according to town council, that we have to take it back to town meeting, we'll just do that. Is that correct?
That's how I feel about it.
Okay. I mean, that's what you meant in the motion.
That's what I meant in the motion. Yeah.
Okay. So that means it would be happening in the summer, but whatever. I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Did I second it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, roll call vote.
Janet, aye.
Justina, aye.
Ryan, aye.
Michael, aye.
And I.
Okay, the motion carries 5-0.
Wonderful.
Okay, that was a very constructive conversation, mate.
This is great to get it going.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
To Maria,
Yes.
if we can just find out as soon as possible what we need to do to make that happen, whether it matters that it was voted to be above ground at that point, we get that through town council to see if we can just act on it as below ground in any way.
I'd be happy to. I think it's a good decision to put these tanks back underground.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, sorry, I have to keep scrolling up to the agenda every time because.
Select board reports.
Okay. Select board reports. Okay.
So I have one, or sort of. So this Friday, the Cape Cod Selectmen and Councilors Association will be having their monthly meeting. It starts at 7:30 and we have coffee and chit chat, but then around 8 o'clock, the speakers come on. And this is our February representatives meeting. So Sarah Peak, Julian Sayre, Kip Diggs, Dylan Fernandez should all be there. It's a whatever. So it's that kind of a meeting. And I am going to bring up, and this is for future topics too, I'm going to bring up the transfer tax, which I won't go in for tonight, but I'll get information. I'd like to consider having a transfer tax on the sale of town property. And I also think it's time, this is future agenda, sorry, but I also think it's time we all, as a board, have to start considering use of town property with who knows what the COVID restrictions are going to be in the next 6 months, 4 to 6 months.
Okay. So that came up before. I mean, this has come up just recently with something.
Right.
We had voted, and I don't know what the motion was, that all the relevant department heads had to approve it before it would get to us.
Did you see that there was actually a vote? Because I remember it just being an agreement that especially if it was the more important department heads like Chief Hurley and Chief Polly, I thought it was just more if it was a concern of the police and the Board of Health.
But I don't remember the exact motion. It might have
I don't think we made a motion.
We did vote on it.
All right, okay.
Because we had restricted the use of town property completely to no use of town property. When we decided to allow the use of town property again, we made a motion and voted on it, but there were some stipulations. And I don't know if we named the specific departments. I think we may have said police, fire, health, and DPW had to approve it before it got to us. Whereas before it would get to us with people who maybe did not approve. And I recommend that we continue that going forward. I don't think we need to have a barrage of things that can't make it through our department heads that are, their opinions are valued in this circumstance.
Okay.
So
agreed.
So I think that will probably be on the next agenda, I guess, use of town property in general.
We're discussing it. It's not good.
You're right. Well, I discussed it. But we were discussing what had happened before, and then I shouldn't have said what I think should happen again. So that's where I went astray. Apologize.
We'd be glad to look and see if we can find what the actual motion was there. Chief Pauly and I really had a conversation a couple of days ago.
Okay, and I have a select board report, and that is just a continuation of what we talked about on the Shellfish Advisory Board meeting, where there were 3 select board members. I was at that meeting as a resident and not a select board member, giving a report to the Shellfish Advisory Board about the Mass Shellfish Initiative, and then remained on that meeting. And the meeting is public. It can be viewed on the town's YouTube channel to see what was discussed. Yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about that. And any other select board reports?
So the other 2 members at that meeting were me and Helen, just so that we're clear.
Okay. Good enough.
So this is Helen.
Yep.
Yeah, and I always go to Shellfish Committee meetings. I've missed very few, although I did miss a few recently. I had also been to the Massachusetts Shellfish Initiative meeting that Mike is a representative from this town, not from the municipality's government, but from the Wellfleet Shellfishing Association, Shellfishermen's Association, which is a private group. And I've been following the MSI stuff for a long time. So
do you have a report?
We dealt with this at the beginning. Who's talking? What's that noise?
That's feedback.
Not from me. Okay, thank you. No reports.
Yeah, okay. Town administrator's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And considering the hour, I'm not going to go into depth about anything. If you like, I can just leave it for any questions you might have. I do know that we've kept Heather up, and she is on this meeting. And I think the one thing that I wanted to point out was just information that I shared with you, the correspondence that Heather received from the IRS about auditing generally things relevant to our fuel sales down at the marina. Other than that, I'll just take questions considering what time it is.
I don't have any questions for you. Helen, is your hand up or?
Yeah, it's up this time. Maria, it's a little confusing, and perhaps the board could delegate me or some member of the Bike and Walkways Committee, but we decided to invite the agencies that are affected and the Bike and Walkways Committee and anybody else to a roundtable about the DCR DOT project.
Good.
And as of yet, nothing has been scheduled. I know that you've contacted them a few times, but this is getting strange. In other words, is it that they're not getting back with dates, or why has there not been a Google poll or something like that? Can you give us some sense of that, please?
Sure. Well, the state agencies don't necessarily do Google polls, and Rebecca and I have been, struggling to find out the people that I met with earlier, to talk about having a community meeting. They did not want to do a forum type issue. So if the Bike and Walkways Committee is arranging to do that with them, that would supplant any meeting that I was setting up with them. So it's for, the committee to work that out with the folks from the state agencies. But because the meeting wasn't set up through us, I've been having some trouble finding actually who it was that I had met with, because I think it wasn't through our meeting system. So it's my delay just in finding the right people to have on that update for you. Their intention and their agreement was to do sort of a status report. But if the Bike and Walkways Committee is able to get the same folks to attend, and there was a forum in the past that maybe didn't go so well. So the folks from the state are a little bit cautious about how the format of that was going to be structured. But if the Bike and Walkways Committee wants to set it up, that would supplant anything I was setting up for discussion with the select board. And I'm happy to hand that off to them if they want to do that.
Marie is right. I've tried numerous times to get in contact with people that she originally had a meeting with when Courtney was here. I'm still trying to figure out who's who in the DOR and the DCR. But I agree. If she's got the Bike and Walkways Committee and they're ready to meet, I think we should do a joint meeting with you and them as well.
Yeah, that would be the easiest if they're willing to set that up. It wasn't set up. My meeting with them wasn't set up through the town, so I don't have all the names easily accessible for who it was that I met with before. But it's my fault for taking the time. If Bike and Walkways have that forum, I'm all for it.
Okay, thank you. And the Bike and Walkways Committee knows who the players are because they've been at these meetings with them. And just as the Shellfish Advisory Committee met with state agencies, the DMF, and other people from other agencies, and hosted a meeting that select board members went to and other people went to and members of the community, I think that this would be appropriate. Thank you.
Makes sense to me.
Okay. So now we are at topics for future discussion. Is that where we're at?
Yeah.
Topics for future discussion. So use of town property. Got to be on there.
I actually want to start talking about fees that we charge too. whether we should increase them, and that could coincide with other departments if they're going to be increasing. But we do have an awful lot of people using our town, and maybe it's time we look at our fees. I'm not suggesting we necessarily increase them, but I want to look at our fee schedule.
Okay. Do we kind of do that every year when we have
Yeah.
the fees?
I'll add that to to the running list.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have to be a hearing too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
On that
no,
one,
'cause
it's-
we're not going to be proposing anything. We're going to be discussing it. But yeah.
If we don't,
Yeah, department heads will need some time to react to that because it definitely should be a discussion that you have on an annual basis associated with the approval of your budget.
well, we do every year with the,
Yeah. Budget time.
yeah. So Ryan?
Yeah, so two items. One is Sewell's Gutter, Omaha Road, and the issues that are happening there, and the town land that's within our jurisdiction, and the use of the common landing there. And the second is it's been 6 months since Maria started, so congratulations, you're still here. Stuck it out with us crazy people. But it's about time for a performance review. I think we had discussed doing one after 6 months. So performance review is on, I don't know. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Helen?
Yeah, so to allay some fears that were expressed and to follow up on wanting to hear from the Conservation Commission, and one would like also the conservation agent about the issues that we discussed at length having to do with handing those properties over to the management of the CONSCOM. I would like to definitely have a follow-up meeting about that while it's still fresh in our mind, so that we can hear exactly what these extra things that they can do and prohibit are or not, because I so far only know of 3. So I would like that to be a future agenda item. And 2 of you mentioned things that I was going to have on my list, but I don't need to say it. Thank you.
I feel like we already voted on that though, Helen. That would be like
No, I'm not talking about what we already voted on. I'm talking about clearing up what may or may not be some misinformation about
Helen,
the
how about this suggestion? When we decide to recommend on the warrant, that we have CONSCOM come at that point, because that would be the point where we would decide whether we're going to recommend the article that we placed on the warrant tonight. Does that sound reasonable?
That might be last minute, and I would like to know about this earlier, and perhaps they would have an agenda item and we could go and listen to them. In any case, I think this is information we need sooner rather than later. Certainly, we need it before the forum meetings and so forth about whatever's on the warrant. Do you see what I'm saying? So that we know what the reality is. Because right now, I'm not sure. I mean, I trust Ryan, but I had a very different take on the use of town landings and what our jurisdiction over them is and CONSCOM's jurisdiction. So I think that we need to have them here, and some of the rest of us said that too. Thank you.
Sure. I would like to put on there the short-term rental tax allocation to housing issues. So that's one thing that will be coming up. And does anybody have anything else? Is Ryan, your hand's just still up?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Can we move on now?
Yes.
Okay. Correspondence and vacancy. I don't need to really talk about any of that unless somebody really wants to.
If anybody wants to join committees, join them.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Minutes.
I move to approve. Oh, go ahead, Ryan.
I would move to approve the minutes of July 26, 2021, as draft minutes.
Do you have any corrections?
January or July?
For January 26, 2021. They're not, I don't feel they're
You want to correct them?
Yeah, send me your changes and I'll do that for you.
Yeah, I just haven't had time. I don't know if I will or not. But yeah, so. Sorry.
Well, if you have issues with it, then send them and we can approve them at the next meeting. That's fine.
Do you have issues or you just haven't read them?
I have issues.
Okay, so why don't you just make note of your issues and send them to the next meeting. It's important that it's corrected, and we'll just hold off on approving them.
Yep.
I don't really like to approve as draft minutes if we're not going to finalize them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just going to force me to listen to us talk to ourselves again.
Okay.
That's you, Ryan. That's on you, not me.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Mike?
I don't know, but are we good? We'll hold off on releasing these on
Yes.
voting on these minutes
That's
until they're
fine.
amended.
Yeah.
Helen?
Yeah, so I want to remind you all of something I said quite a while ago. Legally, if you label something draft, and remember, all our minutes have at the top of them that there are recordings of everything, which is, in the end, the most accurate, full, precise set of minutes we can have. No matter how good minutes are, they always leave things out. And I think in this day and age, when everything's being recorded, whether it's COVID or not, releasing draft minutes is in some ways more truthful because it alerts people to the fact that even if they've been gone over and copy edited and changes have been made for content when it's not accurate, that it's a version and not, we don't have the same requirements we used to have before you recorded things. We now have an archive.
All right, Ellen, are you
We now have
suggesting that we approve
archive.
the draft?
So
Wait,
the point is,
it's we've been here 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Are you suggesting that we vote on this as draft minutes right now?
that's what I'm suggesting.
Okay, fine. Let's just do it then.
Okay, I move that we approve the minutes of, what's the date again? January 20, what?
26.
26th as draft minutes and release them.
Okay.
Second,
Okay, roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Justina abstain.
I'm willing to try to give them a crack. So, nay. Ryan, nay.
Michael, nay. The motion doesn't carry. Let's bring
Helen,
it back to it. Helen, what?
Helen, I.
Okay. Sorry. All right. The motion fails. I forget how many to how many.
Yeah.
Can I have a
3,
motion?
2, 1.
Can I have a
Okay.
motion to adjourn?
3 to
I
2.
move we adjourn.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. A roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Justina, aye.
Ryan, aye.
Michael, aye.
Helen, I love you all. Good night.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night.